Mr. President, Louisiana, like all of our states, is working as hard as we can to improve K through 12, elementary and secondary education. We used to have the best system of elementary and secondary education in the world. We still have the best system of higher education in the world, bar none. Kids from all over our planet want to come to America to go to college. I know our universities have problems. We've got to do a better job, in my judgment, Mr. President, with encouraging our universities to allow the free exchange of ideas, the dialectic through which we get the truth. But I'll save that topic for another day. Our problem in America is elementary and secondary education. And it's frustrating, Mr. President. We've made some improvements, but not nearly enough. It's frustrating. Americans can do extraordinary things. Americans can unravel the human genome. Americans can take a diseased human heart and replace it with a new one and make the thing beat. Americans can send a person to the moon and bring that person back safely. But we can't seem to teach all of our kids how to read and write and do basic math when we have 18 years to do it. And I know you know what I'm talking about, Mr. President, because you, in a prior lifetime, have been in the trenches. And yes, we've made progress, but it is so frustrating sometimes. We have made progress, Mr. President. I know in Colorado, in part under your leadership, in large part under your leadership, Colorado has made strides. We've made strides in Louisiana. We started, we have had efforts to improve for many years, but we started in earnest under a governor in Louisiana called Governor Buddy Roemer back in the late 80s and early 90s. Now, I'm not saying other governors before and after Buddy didn't contribute mightily, but Buddy made education a major goal of his administration. And we have made progress, but it's fits and it starts. Now, here's our problem today. Some years ago, we started grading our schools, Mr. President. We grade our schools in Louisiana, our elementary and secondary schools, for two reasons. First, because we want education quality, and number two, transparency. We want parents to know where their child is going to school, and we grade our schools A, B, C, D, F. And it's tough, because everybody wants to be the best. But that which is measured gets done. And today, we still grade our schools, and we should continue to grade our schools. But here's the problem. 41% of our elementary and middle schools get A's and B's. I think that's probably pretty accurate. We're going to get that number up, those letter grades up, but about 41% of our elementary and middle schools grade A or B. 70% of our high schools grade A or B. Something's not meshing here. I wish I could say that 70% of our high schools were A and B schools, but we all know in Louisiana that they are not. If you look at our college entry scores, if you look at our ACT scores, if you look at other objective assessments, they're not in line. They're not in line with 70% of our high schools being A schools or B schools, while only 40% of our elementary and middle schools. And that's just a fact. I hope there'll come a time in my lifetime when I come here and say we've got 90% of all of our schools are A and B schools. But I can't do that today. Wish I could, but I can't. We need to look reality in the eye and accept it, not like we do in Washington, look reality in the eye and deny it. In Louisiana, we believe in looking reality in the eye and accepting it. Now, I know it's hard. And right now, our teachers and our principals and our superintendents and our school board members and our legislators and the millions of people in Louisiana care about education are trying to reform the system and come up with a new methodology, an objective methodology that properly grades our high schools. And it is hard. I know. I get it. And here's the undercurrent. A lot of our teachers and our principals and our school board members are concerned that if the grades go down to reflect reality, they're going to get blamed. They're going to get blamed, and I get it. And it's wrong to blame them. I'll just mention our teachers. You know, for a kid to learn, somebody's got to make him do his homework. Teachers can't do that. For a kid to learn, someone has to make that child go to bed at night and get a full night's sleep. For a kid to learn, someone has to feed that kid breakfast in the morning. For a kid to learn, someone at home has to enforce and reinforce to that child that he or she has to mind his teachers. It's called parents. And in Louisiana, as in other states, as throughout the world, unfortunately, we have some parents who don't seem to care. I don't know what to do about that. I don't know why it is. But we do. And we can't expect teachers and superintendents and school board members to take the place of parents. But too often they are blamed for all of the problems when really it starts with the parents. And the fact of the matter is, if a parent doesn't love his kid, I can't imagine that, but it happens. If a parent doesn't love his kid, the kid's not going to stop loving his parent. The kid's going to stop loving himself. And so I get it. We can't hold our teachers and our superintendents and our school board members responsible for fixing the impossible. We've just got to figure out a way to work around it. It's not just money. The federal government, state government, local government last year spent somewhere in the range of $760 billion, three quarters of $1 trillion on elementary and secondary education. In Louisiana, we spend about $12,000 per year per child. Now, that's a lot of money in my state, given the standard and cost of living. By way of comparison, Florida spends about $10,000. It's not just money. I read a statistic one time. It's several years old. I don't know if it's accurate today or not, but I read several years ago that we spend twice as much, in America, spend about twice as much on elementary and secondary education as Slovakia does, yet we rank about the same. Don't know if that's still accurate, but it was then. So it's not just money. It's also will. It's commitment. And I want to emphasize one more time, we need to come up with a new system that doesn't just blame the teachers and the superintendents and the school board members. And I don't blame them for not wanting to be the scapegoats. About, I don't know, it was 2002, 2003, I was state treasurer. One day I was sitting in a legislative hearing listening to all these experts testify about how we fix our schools. Not a teacher among them. And I remember thinking, you know, I wonder how many of these folks really know what public schools are like today. So I went back to my office and I made a phone call to the East Baton Rouge Parish school system where our state capital is located. I said, what does it take to be a substitute teacher? They said, man, we need substitutes. All you got to do is have a college degree and go to a short orientation. They said, we need substitutes so bad we'll take politicians. So I said, sign me up. And every year since then, I try to do it 3 times a year. Sometimes I do it more. I do it less. I've done it less this year. I'm going to try to make it up this spring. I've been a volunteer substitute teacher. And every time I've insisted, I really want to be the substitute. I don't want somebody there with me. You know, I don't want to just go talk about how a bill becomes law. I want to be a substitute. And if you do it, I encourage everybody to do it. You start about, I don't know, depending on the school, 6:45. You go to 2:45, maybe 3, 3:30. You either have lunchroom duty or bus duty. And let me tell you something. You are worn out. The first time I did it, I'll never do this again, they gave me 11th grade chemistry. After about 2 hours, nobody told me this, I realized, man, you got to go to the bathroom before you start class. And the next time I taught, I remember I bought a thermos of coffee because you'd get so tired. But my point is, after starting, I think then we started at 8 and I went to 2:45. My plan was to go home after substitute teaching this chemistry class, and my plan was to go to my office there at the state capitol and work. I went home. I was dead dog down to the marrow tired. It's hard being a teacher. It's hard. And we've done a better job in Louisiana with our teachers' cooperation, finding out which of our teachers can teach and paying them. And we've also worked hard to find out which of our teachers can't teach and either teach them how or find a new line of work. So I'm not going to stand here and blame the teachers. But I return to where I began. 70% of our schools are not A and B schools. I wish they were. Someday they will be, but they're not. And so all I'm asking today, Mr. President, to my people back home who are listening, to the people in Louisiana who care about education, and most of them do, to our teachers, to our principals, to our superintendents, to our school board members, to our Board of Elementary and Secondary Education members, to our legislators. Let's work together. Let's look reality in the eye and accept it. Let's understand that we need a new methodology to try to grade our schools. Let's look reality in the eye and accept the fact that our parents deserve to know the quality of school that their kids are attending. And let's come up with a new system that is accurate but that is fair to everybody. And let's stop blaming people and regretting yesterday and start creating tomorrow. Because in my state, and I'll bet it's true in your state, Mr. President, the future of my state is education. It's not the price of oil. It's not the unemployment rate. It's not who the senators are. It's education. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. President, I want to thank my colleagues from Colorado and Alabama for a very interesting and robust debate. I'd like to change the subject slightly, Mr. President. Germany and America are dear friends. And friends tell each other the truth. On the first anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz said that Germany plans to continue supporting Ukraine, quote, as strongly and as long as possible and as necessary. Mr. President, I regret to observe that based on where we are today, that would certainly be a change of pace. By all measures, Germany's so-called strong support is more lamb than lion. Germany's current spending, Mr. President, the numbers don't lie. Germany's current spending to help Ukraine by share of gross domestic product. If you compare the spending of one country to another, it's not fair to use raw numbers because some countries are wealthier than others. So if you look at the current spending by our friends in Germany to help Ukraine by share of gross domestic product, Germany wouldn't even be in the top 10 nations in terms of financial support for Ukraine. And those are just the numbers. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, United Kingdom have all outspent Germany by share of gross domestic product. Our neighbors in Canada have outspent Germany too, both in raw dollars and by share of GDP. And the same is certainly true of the American people. The American people have spent roughly double what our friends in Germany have spent in Ukraine, fighting for freedom by share of gross domestic product. Now, with an entire ocean and most of Europe between America and Ukraine, Americans are wondering why the United States and Canada have dug deeper to deter Russian aggression than Germany has. And that's a fair question, Mr. President. Germany, as we all know, and I'm very proud of them for this, Germany is the economic leader of Europe. Germany has the fourth largest economy in the world. Germany has the fourth largest economy in the world. But the fact is, friends tell friends the truth, that Germany is failing to pull its weight in Ukraine. And if we look back, Mr. President, on the past year, it's very clear that Germany's support of Ukraine has been heavy on words and short on action. And I hate to have to say that. Somehow, Germany's leadership has lost the urgency it had when Putin began his march into Ukraine. And at that time, if we think back a year, Germany could not have been in a more vulnerable position. The Bundeswehr, Germany's armed forces, were dilapidated. At the end of the Cold War, Germany had nearly 500,000 soldiers. Roughly 3% of its spending by GDP was allocated to Germany's defense. When Putin invaded Ukraine, Germany's military was roughly one-third of that size, about 183,000 soldiers. And spending on defense by our friends in Germany had plummeted to 1.3% of gross domestic product. Its airplanes couldn't fly, Mr. President. Its tanks were unusable. Its bloated military bureaucracy appeared to be the only thing the German government properly maintained. Were it not for the United States of America, Putin would be in Paris. But we stepped up, and so did others. God bless them. Now, it wasn't just Germany's armed forces that were unprepared for Putin's invasion. Germany's energy grid relied on Russian natural gas, as we both know, Mr. President, for several decades. This goes back many years. Germany became increasingly reliant on Russia's energy. Germany appeared to believe, foolishly, naively, maybe is a better word, that its energy trade with Putin would yield friendship. Instead, it yielded dependency. And this trade, these weren't some cupcakes that friends were exchanging as neighbors. What we're talking about here is the very security and dependability of the fourth largest economy in the history of the world, or rather in the current history of the world, and its power grid. And Germany placed its power grid in Russia's hands. And Putin knew that. And Putin knew that Germany's energy dependency would make it a lot easier for him to march into Ukraine, not harder. Everybody knew it. Now, Mr. President, with winter coming, I want to give our friends in Germany a lot of credit. Germany did have some urgency in correcting its energy grid. Germany built LNG terminals to expand its gas reserves. The United States sold energy to our friends in Germany. We were happy to do it. Germany expanded its renewable energy efforts. It still has not embraced nuclear energy, as I hope it will, but Germany did expand its renewable energy efforts. It now has a goal of reaching 80% renewable by 2030, and that's good. But there's just one problem. Even that effort could leave Germany exposed to reliance on an adversary. Because according to a report from the International Energy Agency, China is on track to be responsible for 95% of the global production of solar panels. China currently makes up 80% of the world's supply. So if it's not careful, Germany may realize the new boss is the same as the old boss. But that same urgency that our friends in Germany showed to address the power grid is nowhere to be found on the military front. Nowhere. In the wake of Putin's rapid invasion, Chancellor Scholz made big promises. He called it a turning point in German history. He said defense spending is going to increase to 2%. He said he was going to create an extra military fund valued at $107 billion. He said his military was going to increase by 30,000 women and men by 2025. I regret, Mr. President, that Germany's urgency seems to have disappeared. Military spending has barely nudged above 1.5%, still short of the 2% commitment that Germany made to NATO. Germany did purchase 35 American F-35 fighter jets. You know when they're going to be ready? 2027. And experts, a lot smarter than me, doubt that Germany will reach its 30,000 promised new troops by the date that it said it would. The truth is, the cold, hard, unvarnished truth. Since the invasion began, Germany has been slow to provide weapons to Ukraine. Friends tell friends the truth. Germany only agreed to send its Leopard 2 tanks after weeks of haggling with President Biden, during which Chancellor Shultz refused to send the tanks, his own tanks, unless the United States also committed to sending its M1 Abrams after all we had done and will continue to do. I mean, even when offering up so little, the German chancellor demanded that the United States of America do more. Mr. President, 1 year ago, as Putin's invasion commenced, Chancellor Shultz vowed to invest, I'm quoting now, invest much more in the security of our country and guarantee, quoting again, guarantee a secure energy supply. On the energy front, Putin turned off the gas, and our friends in Germany, demonstrating extraordinary ingenuity, managed to pivot. But on the defense front, Germany has failed to show any serious effort to grow its military. The fourth largest economy in the world has fallen short in its support for Ukraine. Promises to recruit more troops, spend more money, reinvigorate its Bundeswehr, they're nice, but those are only words. Germany seems to acknowledge, Mr. President, that the barbarians are at the gate. I don't know how it could be any clearer. So why aren't our friends in Germany willing to act? I just don't understand it. In every way, Putin poses a larger threat to Germany than he does to the United States. And that's saying a lot, because Putin poses a threat to the United States, but he is a much larger threat to our friends in Germany. Yet the United States of America, the people of this country, have outspent Germany 7 times in helping our friends in Ukraine. It's not right. Mr. President, you and I both know that what you do, not what you say, what you do is what you believe. And everything else is just cottage cheese. Now, talk is cheap. And in this case, it's literally cheaper than funding the Bundeswehr. But Germany's natural gas was also cheap, and that didn't end very well. If Germany wants to be a leader in Europe, and gosh, I hope they do, it needs to lead. That starts with footing the bill for its own defense. We're willing to share that burden, but the American people can't do it alone. And it starts with helping Ukraine. We've wasted a year, Mr. President. It's long past time for our friends in Germany to step up and meet the defense promises it made when Putin invaded. I end as I begin. Germany and America are dear, dear friends. And friends tell friends the truth. I yield the floor, Mr. Unanimous consent to speak for up to 30 minutes prior to the scheduled roll call vote. I do not think I will need it, but out of an abundance of caution, I ask unanimous consent for that, please.
Without objection.
All right. I do appreciate Senator Kane's remarks. He has highlighted a serious problem for many Americans. We don't completely understand it. I have every confidence in our medical community and our research and development community that we will figure it out. But in the meantime, there are a lot of Americans suffering, some silently, and I appreciate Senator Kane highlighting this issue. I want to talk for a few minutes, Mr. President, about President Biden's bailout of the 3 banks that went under. When I When I ran for this office in 2016, I observed at that time that one of the problems in America was that we had too many undeserving. I emphasize undeserving because I don't want to paint with too broad of a brush. We had too many undeserving people at the top in America getting bailouts. And we had too many undeserving people at the bottom getting handouts. And the rest of America, most of America in the middle, was getting the bill. And I didn't think that was fair. And apparently it's still the case today, Mr. President, and I still don't think it's fair. Now, President Biden chose to bail out 3 of our banks. It was a bailout. You can pretty it up any way you want to. And you can put perfume on a pig, but it still smells like a pig. This was a bailout. It was a bailout for 2 reasons. Number one, except for the people who own the stock in the banks and their unsecured creditors, President Biden and his regulators guaranteed that nobody affiliated with these banks would have any losses. And he said, that's not a bailout because money's not being provided by the American people. It's being provided by all the other banks in America. Well, Mr. President, as you know as well as I do, there is no money fairy. There isn't anything free. Anything free, somebody had to work for it. By taking the hit, all the banks in America now, I'm referring to, banks are taxpayers, that's point one. Point two, but those banks, all the banks in America that are going to have to pay for the president's bailout, they're just going to pass on those costs, including but not limited to their depositors. And last time I checked, most depositors in banks in America were taxpayers as well. The second reason President Biden's bailout is a bailout, and this is in the fine print, but he has set up I think it's a $25 billion fund that other banks that are in trouble can borrow from. And this fund, he says, does not come from the American people. It came from the banks. Once again, the costs of it will be passed on by the banks to the depositors, to the taxpayers. But this $25 billion fund that banks that are in trouble can borrow from is set up as follows. The banks can borrow money as they need it, and as collateral, they put up their securities. So the president says that's a safe bet. Except when you read the fine print, you find out that the securities that the banks put up as collateral to borrow money from the American people are not what's called mark-to-market. They aren't, the securities are not put up at their real value. They're put up at the value for what at the time they were purchased. So if you bought a security that was, let's say, to make it simple, $20, and it's owned by a bank, and it's now worth $5, you give that $5 to the $25 billion fund, but it's really, and you get credit for $10, but it's really worth only $5. I mean, it's a bailout. And I'm not going to bubble wrap it, and I don't think we ought to try to bubble wrap it to the American people. Now, let me say a word about Silicon Valley Bank. All the bank failures were an abomination, but I think Silicon Valley Bank is symptomatic of the problem among all 3. SVB, as we call it, Silicon Valley Bank. First of all, Silicon Valley Bank was not broke. It was not an insolvency problem. It wasn't insolvent. Silicon Valley Bank had a liquidity problem. I mean, here's what happened. Silicon Valley Bank took in a whole bunch of deposits. on which they were paying an interest rate. And then Silicon Valley Bank took that money and went out and bought a bunch of securities, paying a higher interest rate than Silicon Valley Bank was paying the depositors. You say, that's pretty smart. There's just one problem. The securities that Silicon Valley Bank bought were very sensitive to interest rates. And as interest rates went up, and they have, the value of those securities went down if Silicon Valley Bank had to sell them. And sure enough, Silicon Valley Bank got itself in the position of having to sell them because a lot of its depositors got scared about the bank's position and other reasons and said, we want our money back. And Silicon Valley Bank didn't have the money because it had to go sell these securities at a loss. And that put it at risk. And that's why it had a liquidity problem that could have been fixed. It wasn't broke. President Biden's bailout could have been easily avoided if we had done, let me put that another way, if three things had happened. Not all three, but any one of the three things I'm about to explain. Let me say that again. President Biden's bailout could have been avoided if one or more of three things had happened. Number one, if the management of Silicon Valley Bank had known the difference between a banking textbook and an LL Bean catalog, Silicon Valley Bank would have never bought securities that are so sensitive to interest rate without hedging that risk. And it's a very easy thing to do. Honestly, it's banking 101. If you buy securities to back your deposits that are very sensitive to interest rates, there are other securities you can buy to hedge that risk so you don't take the risk. I'm appalled. The bankers at Silicon Valley Bank didn't do it. I mean, it was bone deep, down to the marrow, stupid. Number two, okay, Silicon Valley Bank management did it. It was like a rock, only dumber, but they did it. The regulators didn't catch it. There's been a lot of talk about Silicon Valley Bank wasn't being regulated because of a bill passed back in 2018 or 2019. That's not true. Silicon Valley Bank was heavily regulated. It had to file regular reports with the federal banking regulators. It was subject to stress testing. It was subject to liquidity stress testing. All the regulators had to do was read the reports that the Silicon Valley Bank was submitting, and they would have seen the problem. You know who saw the problem? Way back in November and October, stock analysts in the private sector that were covering Silicon Valley Bank warned way back last fall. They said, you know what, this bank is setting itself up for a potential liquidity problem. The private sector knew it. Where were the regulators? Where were they? You couldn't have found them with a search party. I guess they were asleep. But this whole debacle could have been avoided if the regulators had just done their job and stepped in and said, Silicon Valley Bank, what you're doing is dumb and you can't do it anymore. So that would have avoided. The third thing that could have avoided President Biden's bailout, I think the bank went under on a Friday, as I recall. The Federal Reserve, the Secretary of Treasury, the head of the FDIC, and all the other regulators allowed the bank to go under. Instead, instead of getting on the telephone and calling other banks and saying, I've got a situation here with Silicon Valley Bank. It's not insolvent. It's just illiquid. We want you to buy it. That's what normally happens. And that's all the regulators had to do. Now, why didn't they do that? There's been a lot of talk about, well, they had an auction for the bank and nobody wanted it. That's not true. There were buyers. But the problem was that the people at the FDIC do not like bank mergers. Some bank mergers make sense. Some bank mergers don't make sense. In this case, it would have made extraordinary sense. And so the folks at the FDIC stalled and restalled, and then we had mass panic. Think back to the bailouts in 08 and 09. If you're a banker and you get a call from the Secretary of Treasury, the head of the Federal Reserve, and the head of the FDIC saying, can we sit down and talk with you and structure the terms by which you would buy this illiquid but still solvent bank, you're going to take that phone call. And the regulators didn't do that. And all of this could have been avoided. So if we had done any one of those three things, this mess could have been avoided. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, let me just make one last comment. I'm going to say it again. In 2016, in America, we had too many undeserving people at the top getting bailouts. And we still do today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I just came from an appropriations subcommittee hearing, and our witness today was Secretary Janet Yellen. And I always love when Secretary Yellen testifies because I learned so much from her. Today, among other subjects, we talked about the President's proposed budget. And I want to tell you some of the things I learned today from Secretary Yellen about the President's proposed budget. The President's proposed budget is $6.9 trillion. That's up from $6.4 trillion. So it's a proposed $500 billion increase. I learned that since 2019 until today, and not including the President's new spending, I learned that since 2019 until today, the population in the United States has grown 1.8%. You know how much our budget has increased? 55%. And that doesn't even count the additional $500 billion worth of spending that the President has just proposed. I also learned that the President is proposing $4.7 trillion, not billion, $4.7 trillion in new taxes. Takes my breath away. $4.7 trillion. We're going to run out of digits. And I also learned something else. You know, the president, and I say this gently and with respect, the president has been running all over hell and half of Georgia saying my proposed budget decreases the deficit by $3 trillion. You probably heard him say that. I heard him say it day before yesterday. My proposed budget will cut debt by $3 trillion. You know what I learned today about the president's proposed budget? Under his proposed budget, gross debt, that's all of America's debt, not just debt held by the public, but gross debt, all of our debt will rise under President Biden's budget from $32.7 trillion at the close of this year to $51 trillion by 2033. Only in Washington, D.C., only in La La Land, can you go around and say, my budget reduces the deficit and debt by $3 trillion when it really increases it by $18 trillion. $18 trillion. I've also learned a lot this week about Silicon Valley Bank. I think I spoke, Mr. President, I don't know, a week, maybe 10 days ago. Gosh, we've learned a lot in a week. One of the things that we have learned is that the failure of Silicon Valley Bank and President Biden's bailout of Silicon Valley Bank was the result of bad management by the bank officials, but also by bad supervision. I talked about a week or two ago about the risk that the management of SVB Bank took, but today, this is what I learned this week. I want to talk about the mistakes that were made by the federal government in supervising this bank. Fact number one. It is a fact that in January of 2019, the Federal Reserve, which is one of the banking regulators in charge of supervising the bank, issued a warning to the bank. This is 4 years ago, over its risk management systems. 4 years ago, the Fed told Silicon Valley Bank that its system to control risk was not up to snuff. Fact number two. Last fall, short sellers and private bank analysts said the same thing. What, 5 months ago? 6 months ago? Fact number three. Some of my colleagues have said, you know, we didn't have sufficient regulation. I don't know how you regulate greed. I don't know how you regulate stupidity, but I'm referring now to the management of Silicon Valley Bank. But it wasn't a failure of regulation that caused Silicon Valley Bank to go under. It was the failure to enforce the rules that we already have. I just explained to you, here's the article from the Wall Street Journal. The Federal Reserve, one of the banking regulators in charge of Silicon Valley Bank, knew in January of 2019, the bank was criticized for its risk control practices. And they were supposed to correct those risk control practices. Why didn't the Federal Reserve follow up? Now, I also learned, some of my colleagues are saying, well, you know, this is all the fault of Congress. It's the fault of Congress because Silicon Valley Bank was not subject to a stress test. We, as you know, Democrats and Republicans supported an amendment to Dodd-Frank back in 2018 that some say prevented the bank from being stress tested. That's not true. The bill that we passed in 2018 said categorically and unequivocally, look at Title 12, Chapter 2, Subchapter A, Part 252, Subpart A, Section 252.3. It said in our legislation that the Federal Reserve and the other banking regulators had the authority at any time to stress test Silicon Valley Bank, and they chose not to do it. Now, the other point being made by some of my colleagues is that, well, they weren't big enough to stress test. They had to be $100 billion or more. That's not true. They were over a $100 billion bank at the end of 2021. So they did qualify to be stress tested in 2022. One of the other things we've learned, Mr. President, is that in 2022, the Federal Reserve stress tested 34 banks. Silicon Valley Bank was not one of them, as I said. They could have been. Under the rules, they qualified. They were supposed to be. They were over $100 billion. And even had they not been over $100 billion, the Federal Reserve could have said, we're going to stress test them anyway under our legislation. Because back in February or January of 2019, we were worried about their risk control. But for whatever reason, we're going to find out the Federal Reserve chose not to stress test them. The Federal Reserve issued a report on its stress tests from 2022. Here it is. If the Federal Reserve had stress tested Silicon Valley Bank, Silicon Valley Bank would have passed. It would have passed. You know why? Because the Federal Reserve, in its stress testing in 2022, didn't stress test interest rate risk. They just stress tested credit risk. I just find that extraordinary. In 2022, we were experiencing raging inflation. The Fed was raising interest rates. The Fed understands that when you hold a long government bond or a long treasury, that its value decreases as interest rates go up. You would think that the first thing the Federal Reserve would stress test for was interest rate risk and duration risk. But it didn't. It didn't, and I am at a loss to understand. Mr. President, now the Federal Reserve has announced, I think the Vice Chairman of the Federal Reserve, Mr. Barr, has announced that he's going to be in charge of finding out what went wrong. And Mr. Barr's a fine person, and nothing I say today should be construed to suggest that he's not. But Mr. Barr has a conflict of interest. His own agency contributed to the downfall of Silicon Valley Bank. It wasn't a question of something that Congress did or didn't do. Under the regulations we passed, we put the Federal Reserve in charge of checking these banks for duration or interest rate risk. And the Federal Reserve chose not to do so. Now, Silicon Valley Bank is not the only one out there. And here's the problem with Silicon Valley Bank. It took in a whole bunch of deposits from a bunch of venture capitalists and paid them, let's call it a X amount of interest. And then Silicon Valley Bank took that money and invested the money in long-term government bonds and treasuries, as the Federal Reserve encouraged them to. Go read all the Federal Reserve rules. They tell you the safest assets, if you're a bank, you can own are long-term securities held by, are issued by the federal government, treasuries and mortgage-backed securities. So Silicon Valley Bank did that. But as the Federal Reserve is also supposed to know, as is the management of the bank, these long-term bonds, government or otherwise, as interest rates rise, they fall in value. I mean, that's like banking 101. That's like econ 101. And that's what happened to Silicon Valley Bank. They took all the deposits, paid X amount of interest, and bought treasuries and long-term government bonds, making more interest. They were taking the profit, but they didn't account for interest rate risk. And sure enough, when the Federal Reserve, which is supposed to be supervising the bank, raised interest rates, the value of those bonds and the value of those treasuries went down. And so when all these depositors in Silicon Valley decided to take their money out, they panicked. They all started talking to each other on social media, and they started taking their money out because of the decrease in the value of those long treasuries and government-backed mortgage-backed securities. Silicon Valley Bank didn't have the money to pay them. Let me end like I began. President Biden's bailout was necessitated by two things: the greed and or the stupidity of the management of this bank to buy long-term bonds, government-backed or otherwise, and not hedge against its interest rate risk. And number two, the bank's failure was a result of inadequate supervision by the Federal Reserve and the other banking regulators in the Biden administration. Congress had nothing to do with it. Our amendments to Dodd-Frank, which were approved by both Republicans and Democrats, had nothing to do with it. Thank you, Mr. President. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President, with me today is Mr. Seth Brazier, who is one of my colleagues in my Senate office. Madam President, I'm going to talk about my city today, the city of New Orleans. The city of New Orleans is iconic, and the whole world knows it. My first job in state government was with a reform governor back in the late 1980s named Governor Buddy Roemer. Japan was doing extraordinarily well at that time economically, making many foreign investments, and Governor Roemer traveled to Japan to try to convince Japan to invest in Louisiana. And when the governor got back, he told me, he said, "Kennedy, my first meeting was very enlightening." He said, "My first meeting, I met with about 50 Japanese business people." He said, "I asked them, how many of you have been to Louisiana?" The governor said 3 of them raised their hand. He said, then I asked him another question. He said, "I asked these 50 Japanese business people, how many of you have been to New Orleans?" He said, 25 of them raised their hand. The city of New Orleans is iconic. Every state, every country would love to have a New Orleans. Our city was founded over 300 years ago. We're one of the oldest in America. It was founded in 1718. Our city is envied for, our food, our music, our architecture, our diversity, our dialects, our merriment, and our festivals, for our celebration of life. In New Orleans, we dance with or without music. But New Orleans, Madam President, is under attack. People there are being murdered. They are being shot. They are being raped. They are being stabbed. Their stuff is being stolen, and our quality of life is being degraded because of crime. Because of crime. A cancer on our city. In 2002, I want to give you a sense of the breadth of our problem. In 2022, we had 280 murders in New Orleans. The victims ranged from 6 months of age to 91 years old. 10% of these victims were under the age of 18. 70% were people of color. Listen to this. 1 out of every 8 black males who live in New Orleans between the age of 15 to 24 will be shot. 1 out of 8. Statistically, it is more dangerous to be young and black in New Orleans than it was to be a Marine in the Battle of Fallujah during the height of the insurgency in Iraq. Those are the numbers. Last year, my city had the highest murder rate in the country, twice the murder rate of Atlanta. Twice. We had the most murders since 1996. Our murder rate was up 141% since 2019. And it's not just murder, Madam President. Shootings in 2022 were up 88% from 2019. Carjackings up 156%. Armed robberies up 20%. And it's not much better in 2023. Now, behind these sterile statistics are real, live human beings. Flesh and bones, blood and tissue. In one of the most appalling cases that we've had, about a year ago, in an area in New Orleans that we call Mid-City, 4 teenagers, a 17-year-old boy, a 16-year-old girl, and 2 15-year-old girls. 4 teenagers carjacked a 73-year-old grandmother. The teenagers pulled the grandmother out of the car and drove away. But the grandmother's arm got tangled in the driver's seat belt. The teenagers kept going. They dragged her for a block until her arm was severed. This lady bled to death at the scene. Crime in New Orleans is affecting all of us in our city. Residents, visitors, every income level, every part of our city. But no one is hit harder than our low-income communities. That's true both in terms of public safety, and it's also true economically. Most poor people are not criminals. They're not. But criminals often prey on our lower income fellow citizens, particularly in their own communities. Existing businesses then leave, and they take jobs with them. And unemployment goes up, and we have more poverty. And those businesses that remain in our lower income communities, they're often mom and pop shops with a small margin of profit. They have to pay more for insurance. They have to pay more for security. They have to pay more for credit. So they have to raise their prices. And that makes people even poorer. That's what crime does. We have tried, we in New Orleans, Madam President, we have tried everything. We have around 900 police officers. We need 2,000. Because many of our police officers retire every day. We've tried paying higher salaries. We've tried paying better benefits. We've tried curfews. We've tried task forces. We've tried social programs. We've tried after-school programs. We've tried crime cameras. We've tried facial recognition. We've tried conflict management. We've tried mentoring. We've tried youth clubs. We've tried job training. We've tried enhanced educational opportunities. We've tried prosecuting juveniles as adults. We've tried hotspot policing. We've tried 12-hour shifts. We've tried hiring administrative personnel to take the paper workload off our cops, to get them back on the street. You name it, Madam President, and we have tried it. We've tried everything but one thing: stop and frisk. Stop and frisk. Under the Fourth Amendment to the United States Constitution, a police officer may stop a suspect on the street without probable cause. And that police officer can stop that person on the street without probable cause, so long as that police officer has what's called reasonable suspicion to believe that the person stopped has committed, is committing, or is about to commit a crime. And after that person is stopped, if the police officer has reasonable suspicion to believe that the person stopped might be carrying a weapon, the police officer can pat down that person on the outside of his or her clothing. That's called stop and frisk. It's a very effective law enforcement practice. It is used by police officers every day in virtually every city all across America, and it has been used since 1968. In 1968, the United States Supreme Court decided a case, a very famous case, called Terry v. Ohio. Terry v. Ohio. The very liberal Chief Justice, I don't use the word liberal in a pejorative sense, I'm just describing him as many scholarly works have, the very liberal Chief Justice Earl Warren actually wrote the opinion in Terry v. Ohio. And he was joined in that opinion by Justices Hugo Black, Justice John Harlan, Justice William Brennan, Justice Potter Stewart, Justice Byron White, Justice Abe Fortas, and Justice Thurgood Marshall. They all said together, here's our opinion, Terry v. Ohio. And what did that opinion say? That opinion said that under appropriate circumstances, stop and frisk is permissible. It is perfectly constitutional under the Fourth Amendment to the United States Constitution. Now, I want you to note that a police officer cannot stop and frisk somebody on a whim, on a hunch. A cop does not have unfettered discretion. In order for a police officer to stop a person on the street, that police officer, let me say it again, must have reasonable suspicion to believe that the person has committed, is committing, or is about to commit a crime. And once again, once the person is stopped, the cop can frisk that person on the outside of his clothing, called a pat-down, only if the cop has reasonable suspicion to believe that the person stopped is carrying a weapon. Why does the cop have this authority? To protect the cop during the question. Reasonable suspicion is not a hunch. It's not a whim. It's an objective standard. It's not probable cause. You have to have probable cause to make an arrest, to conduct a search, for example, of someone's home. Probable cause is a higher standard. But reasonable suspicion is an objective standard. Reasonable suspicion exists according to the case law, as you know, Madam President. Reasonable suspicion exists when an objectively reasonable police officer, given the facts and circumstances of that particular situation, and considering the cop's training and experience, would suspect that a person, as I have said, has committed, is committing, or is about to commit a crime. And if probable cause is then established, of course, the person can be arrested. Every cop in America who goes through training academy, and every cop in America does, every cop in America knows about stop and frisk. Every cop in America is trained in the law enforcement practice of stop and frisk. Let me give you an example. Let's suppose a police officer is driving by and he sees an individual late at night walking along the street with a coat hanger or a Slim Jim. Do y'all know what a Slim Jim is? It's sometimes called a lockout tool. It's a way to get into a car if you lost your keys. If a police officer sees someone late at night walking down the street with a coat hanger or a Slim Jim looking in cars, the police officer can stop that person. Can he arrest that person? No, he does not have probable cause. No crime has been committed. But he has reasonable suspicion to stop and talk to that person. And once he stops to talk to that person, if he sees a big bulge here in his top pocket, he may have reasonable suspicion to believe that person has a weapon, and it would be dangerous for him, the police officer, to keep talking to that person. So the police officer, he can't make him take his jacket off or anything. He can just pat him down to see if there's a weapon. Now, I repeat, cops all over America stop and frisk suspects every single day, and they have for 50 years. And you know who endorses it? The United States Supreme Court. Now, like all police practices, it can be abused. Stop and frisk can be abused. And when it is, it can be, and it should be challenged in court. And the abusing officer should be held accountable. But most officers don't abuse it. As many people know, Mayors Rudy Giuliani and Michael Bloomberg, two New York mayors, back to back, used stop and frisk extensively during the crime wave of the 1990s and the early part of this century to fight crime and gun violence in New York City. We've all read about that. Crime fell dramatically. Now, some have said that's due in part to stop and frisk. Some have said that stop and frisk had nothing to do with it. Some have said that in some cases the New York Police Department abused stop and frisk. And these who maintained that position said that too often police officers were stopping and frisking people on the basis not of reasonable suspicion, but on the basis of race or national origin. And that is wrong. A case was filed called Floyd v. City of New York. Floyd v. City of New York. It was a class action. It was filed against New York Mayor Bloomberg and others, alleging that the NYPD was not stopping people on the basis of reasonable suspicion, but on the basis of race and national origin. The federal district court in that case ruled in favor of the plaintiffs. The NYPD then set about the business of reforming its stop and frisk policy, but Mayor Bloomberg left office. Mayor Bill de Blasio became mayor, and for all practical purposes, he completely stopped the practice of stop and frisk. So stop and frisk can be abused, and it is important to establish practices and procedures to guard against that abuse. But let me put this another way. This is how I look at it. Some cops may and have violated the legal requirements for a proper Terry v. Ohio stop and frisk. And when that happens, that may make that person a racist, or at least guilty of committing a racist act. But that does not mean that the practice of stop and frisk is inherently racist. Because some knuckleheads abuse it does not mean that the practice is inherently racist. In fact, the United States Supreme Court, with only one dissent, has said that properly applied, it does not violate the Constitution of the United States and can be an effective law enforcement tool. So when there's an abuse, the abuse is on the cop. It's on the officer. And most officers don't abuse stop and frisk. And if it's proven that he did something wrong, he should be held accountable. The time has come, Madam President. The time has come for my city of New Orleans to try stop and frisk. It's time. Now, some of our public officials in New Orleans are going to probably disagree with me. And some are going to say, well, we're using stop and frisk already, Kennedy. They are, every now and then, sometimes. But you go talk to the average cop on the street in New Orleans, I have talked to many of them. They're going to tell you, the people with the flags in their offices, the politicians and the big shots in the political hierarchy, they are discouraging us using stop and frisk. They don't want us to use stop and frisk. I think it is time to allow. We've tried everything else, Lord knows. It is time to allow the men and women of the New Orleans Police Department to use stop and frisk without fear of losing their jobs. I do not believe that the New Orleans Police Department is racist. Let me say it again. I do not believe that the New Orleans Police Department is racist, systemically or otherwise. I do not believe that the average New Orleans Police Department police officer is racist. My God, the NOPD is 58% black and people of color and 35% white. Now, we have a federal consent decree in New Orleans for our police department. It's between the U.S. Department of Justice and the city of New Orleans. It oversees the New Orleans Police Department, as we call it in NOPD. It was signed and entered into by Mayor Mitch Landrieu in 2010. The consent decree does not prohibit stop and frisk. In fact, the consent decree provides for stop and frisk. I want to quote, Mr. President, from the consent decree. Quote, from the consent decree. NOPD officers may only conduct investigatory stops or detentions where the officer has reasonable suspicion that a person has been, is, or is about to be engaged in the commission of a crime, end quote. Does that sound familiar? That's right out of Terry v. Ohio, where the U.S. Supreme Court, almost unanimously, said stop and frisk, when used appropriately, is a very effective law enforcement tool. Now, the consent decree goes on, wisely in my opinion. It mandates a stop and search data collection and review procedure. So the consent decree says if you're going to use stop and frisk, you got to collect all the data. I think that's a great idea. The consent decree also requires the police officer, when he or she uses stop and frisk, to document the stop and frisk and detail the reasonable suspicion in writing. In writing. In New York, they call this a report UF-250, a UF-250 form. I don't know what it's called in New Orleans. They've been using stop and frisk on frequently. I'm not sure they have one. But it requires the cop who does the stop and frisk to sit down and say, here's the suspect, I had reasonable suspicion, and here with specificity is why. And let me say, collecting the data and requiring the reporting after the fact is standard operating procedure. This is nothing new. It's standard operating procedure in every police department in America. It's also common sense. There is a gentleman in New Orleans by the name of Mr. Ronald Serpis. Mr. Serpis is a former superintendent. We call our chief of police at the NOPD the superintendent. He is a former NOPD superintendent. Mr. Serpis is also a former chief of the Washington State Patrol. And he's now a professor of I think, criminology at Loyola University in New Orleans. I don't speak for the superintendent, and I don't want to pretend to. But he's written a number of articles in support of stop and frisk in New Orleans. He has said that the NOPD today has been reduced to only responding and reacting after a crime has been committed, when the damage has been done. The superintendent, the former superintendent, says what we need in New Orleans is more proactive policing to prevent crime, like stop and frisk. Now, the former superintendent has analyzed the publicly available data on the NOPD consent decree. We collect data on our consent decree. It's publicly available. In fact, the city council has put up a dashboard for the consent decree, and one of the provisions in the dashboard has a stop and search feature. You can go on the stop and search feature on the internet and see how many stops and frisks the police department has done in the past 180 days. So you have a date, and it looks back 180 days. This is what the former superintendent found after he analyzed the stop and search feature on the website. And I'll give you an example. I don't know if I was clear about the 180 days. For example, January 2nd, 2015, on that day, if you went back 180 days, the NOPD had conducted 32,913 stops in the prior 180 days. Let me say that again. January 2015, 8 years ago. In 180 days prior, the NOPD had conducted 33,000 stops. As of January 18, 2023, 8 years later, really 7 because it's January, NOPD had conducted 5,095. Let's call it 5,000 stops over the past 180 days. 5,000, down from 33,000. And that 5,000 is spread over 6 months. You see a trend here? Now, during COVID, Mr. President, as you would expect, stops and frisks in New Orleans were down. I mean, people were inside. Following COVID, the stops increased, according to the superintendent who analyzed the data, increased to 14,303 in the 180 days before August 17, 2021. So think back to August 2021. Over the prior 6 months, NOPD did 17,000. 14,303 stops. But after that date, there was an uninterrupted decline in the number of stops, down to 5,095 today. So the stops were up here. They came down. They went down further because of COVID. They went up to 14,000 in August of 2021. Then they kept going down. That doesn't exactly, but it closely tracks the crime rate in New Orleans, because stop and frisk is used to proactively prevent crimes. Look, Mr. President, I want you to understand the problem in New Orleans. I love my city, love my state, but I love my city too. The problem in New Orleans is, I don't want you to think that we have thousands of previously law-abiding New Orleanians turning to crime. That's not what is going on. We don't have a bunch of law-abiding people who've now turned to crime in my city. That's not what's happening. The problem we have is with career criminals, and they're running rampant. And our cops are spread thin. And we have some public officials, not all of them, but there's some, that think cops are a bigger problem than criminals. And they think that criminals really shouldn't be prosecuted. They're not bad, they're just sick. This is America. You can believe what you want. But that's what's going on in my city. It's not a majority, but it's more than a handful. We've tried everything. We need to allow our police officers to stop and frisk. We need to allow our police officers to stop and frisk. It should be carefully monitored. It should be done legally, but it should be done. We have tried everything else, everything under the sun, to stop the extreme recidivists. Nothing has worked. And maybe this perfectly legal, very effective police practice, stop and frisk, which is used every day across America, will help. I'd like to talk about nuclear revitalization for a few minutes. And I want to make two overarching points. First, no sane person wants a nuclear war. No sane person wants a nuclear war. But, number two, peace through weakness never works. Never. When the United States built much of its nuclear stockpile, the Cold War was raging, and the Soviet Union was our only major adversary with a sophisticated nuclear stockpile. We remember those days. Our nuclear power deterred Soviet aggression and ensured that the Cold War never escalated. But today, fast forward, we no longer face just one threat. Russia still maintains the world's largest nuclear arsenal, but China's nuclear stockpile is growing rapidly. North Korea, as we know, continues to threaten our allies with its collection of nuclear weapons, and thanks to the disastrous nuclear deal with Iran, Iran is marching ever closer to developing a nuclear weapon of its own. So, here's where the United States finds itself today. The United States must now counter nuclear superpowers in both China and Russia, while also deterring the itchy trigger fingers of unstable dictators like Kim Jong-un and the Ayatollah in Iran. We should be innovating and preparing our nuclear arsenal for this new global dynamic, but instead our nuclear stockpile remains stuck in the Cold War. And that is just a fact. Put simply, America's nuclear stockpile is old and it is shrinking. And while modernizing our nuclear arsenal should be a top priority, our effort to restart nuclear weapon production has been riddled with delays and poor planning. And we do not have time to waste. The United States has not built a single nuclear warhead since the close of the Cold War. Let me say that again. The United States has not built a single nuclear warhead since the close of the World War. Instead, we have focused on what we call life extension programs to keep our old weapons operational by refurbishing them. Those that aren't refurbished are destroyed. From 1994 until 2020, the United States dismantled 11,683 total nuclear warheads. And this total does not include the 2,000 other warheads that have been retired while awaiting their own demolition as well. Most of our nuclear warheads are decades old. The facilities where we built and store these are even older. As recently as 2019, the computer system controlling our nuclear weapons ran on floppy disks. I kid you not. Today, we're so far behind in our nuclear revitalization that we cannot even produce plutonium pits. Plutonium pits are an essential component of every nuclear weapon. Plutonium pits sit at the center of a warhead. They're not all that different from pits in a peach. The pit is essential because it triggers the nuclear explosion. Plutonium pits do not last forever. They can only sit inside a weapon for roughly 100 years before we must replace them. And the clock is ticking on many of our Cold War era weapons. During the Cold War, Mr. President, the United States could produce more than 1,000 plutonium pits per year. And without plutonium pit, you can't have a nuclear weapon. But the United States has not regularly manufactured plutonium pits since 1989. In fact, the United States has not produced a single warhead-ready plutonium pit since 2012. And as you would imagine, our nuclear engineers cannot just stop by the hardware store to pick these up. It doesn't work that way. Pit production is a very complex, a very expensive, and a very time-consuming process. But our adversaries haven't stopped. Our adversaries certainly haven't stopped. China, Russia, North Korea, Pakistan, all continue to produce plutonium pits to ready their arsenals. Yet the United States of America fell asleep at the wheel and let our plutonium pit production die off almost entirely. Keeping our nuclear arsenal in shape is sort of like keeping your body in shape. If you stop exercising altogether, it will be very painful when you start it again. The United States is learning this the hard way. In 2014, Mr. President, the Department of Energy and the Department of Defense determined that it would need at least 4,000 new plutonium pits. 4,000, not 40, not 400, 4,000 new plutonium pits to replace the aging pits in our current weapons as part of our larger refurbishment strategy. New pits are also needed for any new weapons that we choose to build. Department officials determined that the United States would need to produce a minimum of 80 plutonium pits per year by 2030 to be able to reach our national security goals by 2080. To meet this goal, Congress passed a bill. And in that bill, we instructed the National Nuclear Security Administration, we call it the NNSA, to resume plutonium pit production in 2 separate facilities in 2015. Congress tasked the Los Alamos National Laboratory in New Mexico with a goal of 30 pits per year, and we tasked the Savannah River site in North Carolina with the remaining 50 to achieve the 80 plutonium pits per year capacity. But that hadn't happened. I meant it when I said we fell asleep. That hasn't happened. Pit production has been postponed and postponed and postponed. Most recently, NNSA Administrator Jill Ruby estimated that the United States will hit its production goals sometime in 2036, 6 years later than projected. The delays are so significant that in 2021, the commander of the U.S. Strategic Command testified before Congress that no amount of funding, no amount of money, would have been enough to get the NNSA to its production capacity goal by 2030. That's what happens when you fall asleep. That's what happens when you stop exercising. These new pits are not just nice to have. They are essential for developing new weapons to deter aggression from hostile nations. Consider, Mr. President, what our military calls the W-87-1 modification program. Under this program, the United States is developing or trying to develop a new warhead that would ride atop the next generation of ICBMs. And an ICBM, of course, is an intercontinental ballistic missile. But these new weapons cannot run on old plutonium pits. They require a new design. The delayed pit production means that these warheads and our ability to deter China's growing arsenal is delayed as well. Now, I understand that plutonium pit production is not simple. And like many other workplaces in our wonderful country, supply chain issues and a shortage of qualified workers created unexpected problems for our capacity goals. I get that. But there is a difference, Mr. President. There is a stark difference between encountering unexpected challenges and simply failing to prepare. And investigations show the NNSA has not taken its preparation seriously enough. The Government Accountability Office, one of our watchdogs, determined that the NNSA lacked both a comprehensive schedule and a cost estimate for its plutonium projects. Importantly, the NNSA also lacked an integrated master schedule that can be used to coordinate everything from production to staffing. Administration officials, Mr. President, recently announced better, more concrete schedules and cost estimates, but that cannot make up for the valuable time that we've already wasted. It can't. And concerningly, the NSSA remains on the Government Accountability Office's list of organizations that are at high risk for, quote, fraud, waste, abuse, and mismanagement because of its practices. It gives me no joy to point these things out. Modernizing our nuclear stockpile is essential for maintaining our national security and affirming our position as a global leader. Our weapons don't only protect Americans, we know that. They protect our allies. As part of our extended deterrence strategy, we've agreed to help defend our allies who don't have nuclear weapons of their own, in large part to deter them from getting nuclear weapons. But our allies aren't stupid. They see our antiquated stockpile, and they wonder if we can follow through on our promise to protect them if they themselves do not acquire nuclear weapons. Take our friends in South Korea. They announced their doubts earlier this year. South Korea has considered developing its own weapons because its leaders do not know if America's arsenal is ready to answer the call if, God forbid, South Korea ever faces an imminent nuclear threat. Now, our friends in South Korea, and they are dear friends, they're not going to say that in stark terms. But we know from our diplomatic relations that's how they feel. The good news is that after some recent negotiations, our friends in South Korea, our ally, South Korea, reaffirmed its commitment to work with the United States. But this situation, I bring it up because it showcases the severity of our problem. The people of South Korea are our friends. They are our allies. They embrace democracy as we do. But if they're doubting our capabilities, our adversaries are too. You can bet on that. Look no further than China. Now, I don't hate China. I don't hate the Chinese people. They're wonderful human beings with souls like all of us, and they have the right to freedom and self-determination. I don't want a Cold War with China. I don't want a hot war with China. But according to the Pentagon, China already has more intercontinental ballistic missiles than the United States. In 2001, China had 400 nuclear warheads. At the rate it is growing, by 2035, China will have 1,500, far outpacing the Pentagon's initial projections. China is also rapidly innovating. The Chinese military has been testing nuclear-capable hypersonic missiles. These nuclear-capable hypersonic missiles can fly 5 times the speed of sound. That's roughly 3,800 miles an hour. A few weapons that China is also testing could leave its intended target only minutes to respond. The United States of America cannot continue inching along while China quadruples its arsenal with newer and faster nuclear weapons. The days when we could neglect our nuclear stockpile without risking our national security, Mr. President, are over. Our ability to deter unstable nuclear powers and maintain a peaceful world relies on our ability to continue innovating in ways only freedom-loving Americans can. But these vital projects rely on our plutonium pit production, and failing to produce pits at full capacity is just not acceptable. As the ranking member on the Appropriations Subcommittee on Energy and Water Development, I know we will continue our focus on this issue as we must modernize our nuclear stockpile for the peace and safety of generations to come. And I'd urge my colleagues to make it a priority as well. We cannot fix this problem overnight. We didn't develop this problem overnight. But if we continue to work in a bipartisan fashion, we can restore our stockpile. We must restore our stockpile. It's time, Mr. President, for the United States to get serious about revitalizing its nuclear arsenal so that we can continue to have the most reliable and sophisticated defense systems on the planet. Why is that important? Let me end as I began. Because peace through weakness never works. Peace through weakness never works. Never. Mr. President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll. Ms. Baldwin. Senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would ask unanimous consent to use a proper to during my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. President, today I would like to talk about a distasteful subject to me. I get angry whenever I think about it. Fentanyl dealers. I hope there's a special place in hell for them. Fentanyl dealers. Today is National Fentanyl Awareness Day. Last year, fentanyl, or actually in 2021, fentanyl killed 71,000 Americans. If you break down these sterile statistics, you'll see that somebody in our country dies from fentanyl poisoning every 7 seconds. There ought to be a special place in hell for fentanyl dealers. And these aren't just sterile statistics, Mr. President. These are real people. And they have real families whose lives are torn apart. A lot of these deaths occur among young people. Fentanyl is now the leading cause of death for Americans who are 18 to 49. From 2020 to 2021, fentanyl deaths in our country increased by 24%. It was even more among young people. What you allow is what will continue. And today, this body, the United States Congress, allows fentanyl dealers to carry on their person, if they would like to, enough fentanyl to kill 20 Americans before they face a mandatory 5-year minimum sentence if they're caught. Until these fentanyl dealers have to deal themselves with real consequences, I think the carnage is going to continue. I have a bill. It's called the Fairness in Fentanyl Sentencing Act of 2023. And it will change what I just talked about drastically. It will reduce the amount of fentanyl that a fentanyl dealer has to possess before facing the mandatory minimum 5 years of prison. Now, Mr. President, I know you know this, but when you're dealing with fentanyl, the amounts really matter. Fentanyl is 50 times more potent than heroin. Not 5, not 15, 50 times more potent. It takes only 2 milligrams to kill you. Here's a pencil. Here's the point of a pencil. The amount of fentanyl you can put on the point of a pencil will kill you. Let me say that again. The amount of fentanyl that you can put on the point of a pencil will kill you. Today, fentanyl dealers can carry up to 40 grams of fentanyl before they face the mandatory minimum 5 years of prison. And with me today, Mr. President, is one of my colleagues, Mr. Wesley Davis, who's also a good lawyer, I might add. This is 40 grams of fentanyl. It's not actually fentanyl, it's flour. But if the flour were fentanyl, this would be 40 grams. You can have this much. You have to have this much before you get a minimum 5-year sentence. And remember, the pencil, enough to go on the head of that goes on the head of a pencil can kill you. But you've got to have this much. I don't know how many pencil points this is, but it's a lot. You've got to have this much to get a minimum 5-year sentence. 40 grams. It would kill 20,000 people. This amount will kill every member of this body 200 times over. Every member of this body 200 times over. And thanks to us and the laws that we pass, the fentanyl dealer would just get a minimum 5-year sentence. See that other bag. Now this bag has 400 grams in it. It's flour, but fentanyl would represent the same thing. This has 400 grams. You have to have 400 grams, given the laws that we have passed, to face a mandatory 10-year sentence. 400 grams will kill 200,000 people, dead as a doornail. Shreveport, Louisiana, in my state, some of you have been there. If you haven't, you should visit, is home to 184,000 people. So a dealer has to have 400 grams, an amount that would kill every man, woman, and child in Shreveport, 400 grams in order to get a mandatory 10-year sentence. Now, these sentencing guidelines do not reflect how much damage can be done with just a little bit of fentanyl. For example, fentanyl dealers face the 5-year mandatory minimum sentence if they had 5 grams of amphetamine. Here's my chart here. To get a minimum of 5 years in prison, you have to have just 5 grams of methamphetamine. but you have to have 40 grams of fentanyl, which is 50 times more powerful than heroin. I mean, does that make any sense to anyone? Now, meth's a bad drug. I'm not defending meth. But it's not nearly as lethal as fentanyl. This stuff will kill you. And people deal with it every day in America. They deal it every day, and they're not facing consequences. In 2021, in fact, meth killed less than half as many people as fentanyl. Yet fentanyl traffickers, fentanyl dealers, I don't want to call them traffickers because that sounds too tame to me, too beige. They're dealers. They're drug dealers. They're death dealers. Fentanyl dealers can possess 8 times as much fentanyl before facing the same mandatory minimum sentence as somebody who's dealing meth. We need a sentencing scheme that looks like somebody designed the damn thing on purpose. Now, we need to have a criminal code that reflects fentanyl's lethal force. My bill, the Fairness in Fentanyl Sentencing Act of 2023, is pretty simple. It will cut the fentanyl threshold for the 5-year mandatory minimum sentence from 40 grams to 2 grams. From 40 grams to 2 grams. Now, you're not going to have 2 grams of fentanyl on you unless you're dealing. It would reduce the legal threshold for fentanyl analogs as well. Fentanyl analogs, these are synthetic copycats of fentanyl. And actually, they can be even more lethal than pure fentanyl itself, these analogs. Today, if a dealer can carry up to 10 grams of fentanyl analogs, today, I should say, a dealer can carry up to 10 grams of fentanyl analogs before facing the 5-year mandatory minimum sentence, and my bill would drop that threshold down to half a gram. By doing this, Mr. President, my bill helps our criminal code reflect the reality that fentanyl is not like other drugs. It's not. I mean, as bad as meth is, as bad as PCP is, as bad as crack cocaine is, as bad as heroin is, as bad as powdered cocaine is, fentanyl is in a class by itself. The drug cartels who operate south of our border have found that fentanyl is a cheap way to cut corners and to make more money. They use fentanyl to make other drugs. They put fentanyl into cocaine, they put it into heroin, which makes the final concoction cheaper and more powerful. Today, everything from marijuana to Adderall can be laced with lethal amounts of fentanyl on the black market. It gives the concoction more kick, and the drug dealers make more money, which is all they care about. And if the drug dealers don't measure it right, it'll kill you. Now look, we all know that young people experiment. And many young people, I dare say most young people, are going to try drugs. When my son, who I love more than life itself, was a youngster, he's no longer young. Well, he's young. I consider you and I young, Mr. President. But when my son was growing up, he's now a grown man, I would lecture him about drugs, and I'd say, don't use them. I knew he was going to try them, but I'd say, don't use them. He said, Dad, why? You get addicted. You get addicted. And I was always terrified that my son would get addicted, would fall in with the wrong crowd. That conversation today is different for parents with young teenagers. Now it's you can't even try it once, not fentanyl. You can't even try LSD or meth or PCP or crack cocaine or heroin or powder cocaine. You know why? Because it might have fentanyl in it. The drug dealers cut these products with fentanyl. And if they put too much in it, you get one shot. One shot. Forget addiction. The first time a young person experiments might be the last. Now, my state of Louisiana, like every other state in this country, has seen the carnage of fentanyl. We all have. In 2021, 94% of drug overdose deaths in New Orleans were related to what? Fentanyl. In Louisiana, we call our counties parishes. Our coroner's office in East Baton Rouge Parish investigated 300 overdose deaths. 88% of them last year were linked to fentanyl. In the average month in St. Tammany Parish, or county, where I live, we lose 10 or 11 people just about every month. 10 or 11 young people usually to fentanyl overdoses. And why? These aren't people just taking fentanyl. These are people taking other drugs that drug dealers, each of whom should be assigned a special place in hell, other dealers are cutting with fentanyl to give the concoction a higher high to make more money. And if they measure wrong and put too much fentanyl in it, you get to try their product one time, and then you're dead. These are sons. These are daughters. These are friends. These are co-workers. And every one of them has a family. Now, while our families and our kids are suffering, the cartels and the drug dealers who help them in America are getting rich. There was a recent report from the Department of Justice, Mr. President. It stated that fentanyl dealing is one of the Sinaloa cartel's most lucrative endeavors. That cartel is led by 3 of El Chapo's sons. We're not talking choir boys here. They have made a boatload of money selling poison to our children. But it's not just them. It's dealers in the United States as well. Our Customs and Border Protection officers are working as hard as they can to stop drugs from coming into this country. But their hands are tied by our bad policies. More people have crossed the border in the last year than at any time in the history of ever. That's a fact. More than 5 million people have entered this country illegally under President Biden, during the Biden administration. I only have 4.6 million people in Louisiana. So imagine just us adding another state the size of Louisiana. And the problem is expected to get worse. As we know, Title 42 expires next week. And more people will be coming in. But it's not just folks who are coming into our country illegally. And let me say, I don't hate migrants. I don't hate immigrants. I love immigrants. I mean, we're a nation of immigrants, but we have a legal immigration system, and we ought to follow it. And most Americans, they distinguish between legal immigration and illegal immigration. And if you support legal immigration, as I do, and oppose illegal immigration, that doesn't make you a racist, as some people think. The American people oppose illegal immigration, and support legal immigration for the same reason they lock their front doors at night. Most Americans don't lock their front doors at night because they hate everybody on the outside. They do it because they love people on the inside, and they want to know who's coming in and out. And they're happy to welcome. I'm happy to welcome Nigerian doctors and German engineers and whomever to come into our country legally. But vetting people at the border is not racist, it's prudent. But a lot comes across that border, and not just people. A lot of fentanyl does as well. In 2022, the Customs and Border Protection seized 14,000 pounds of fentanyl, a 127% increase from the previous year. That's enough fentanyl to kill every man, every woman, every child in the United States. Now, we've got to show the cartels and the people in America, in our communities who are dealing this stuff, that there are consequences for poisoning people, and especially young people. I've also introduced a bill called the Notorious, Aggressive, Remorseless Criminal Organizations and Syndicates Act of 2023. It's known as the Narcos Act. It'll designate these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And we need to give our border agents the resources to secure the border and to stop these dealers before they set foot in our country. But let me return to the Fairness in Fentanyl and Sentencing Act of 2023. It's not going to solve the problem, Mr. President, but it's a start. Dealers carrying enough fentanyl to kill a small town deserve to face a minimum mandatory sentence of 5 years. And they deserve to be punished more severely than someone carrying meth or PCP or crack cocaine, because fentanyl is in a class by itself. And without serious prison sentences for these drug dealers who put money over human life, we're not going to make progress. A 5-year prison sentence can close one stream of fentanyl into our communities, and it might deter the next person who's looking to make a quick buck while trafficking this poison. I want to be clear. I'm almost done, Mr. President. My bill is not looking to punish addicts. My bill will not punish addicts. Now, I believe in free will and responsibility. But I also think that there are mitigating circumstances in the nitty-gritty of life. And that's why if you're an addict and you're convicted of a crime, a serious crime, a judge will consider mitigating circumstances like addiction. I wouldn't wish addiction on my worst enemy. This bill isn't about addiction. A lot of these people don't even take their own product. This is about people, fentanyl dealers, who deal death every day to make money. And there ought to be a special place in hell for them. And this Congress, this Senate, punishes them less than we punish somebody dealing meth. Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Judiciary Committee be discharged from further consideration of S. 878 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. Further, Mr. President, I ask that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object.
Senator from New Jersey.
Mr. President, the senator from Louisiana is a friend and someone who is, as he said, angry about these issues. That passion is real. His anger, his frustration, his determination is something that I share. In fact, I think this is one of the issues that if you polled 100 senators, you would see 100 senators who sincerely and urgently believe we need to do something with this crisis that the senator from Louisiana has so patently and clearly and candidly put forward. The fentanyl crisis is killing Americans at outrageous rates. Doing nothing or continuing to do the same thing is absolutely unacceptable. So my colleague, his passion, Louisianans should know that this is one of the best fighters when it comes to protecting people in his state, and his passion for protection affects people all over this country. But this is the challenge I have. We have now seen generations of the so-called war on drugs. And the solutions that we seem to come up with are about more and more and more incarceration. Longer and longer and longer sentences. And if that would solve the problem, count me in for continuing to go down that pathway. We now incarcerate more people than any country on the planet Earth. 1 out of every 3 incarcerated women on the planet Earth are here in America. 1 out of every 4 incarcerated people in the world are here in America. But has that stopped the crisis of drugs in our communities, kids dying of fentanyl, of opioids? No, there is no correlation. Not one study, nothing shows that higher and higher rates, higher and higher sentencing relates in any way to safer and safer communities. And I have looked for that data. The Department of Justice itself, the folks who are prosecuting people for drugs, their own report from the National Institute of Justice says more severe punishments do not chasten individuals convicted of these crimes. It has no correlation at all. And yet, as my colleagues pointed out, every 7 seconds someone is dying. And so the question is what will make the difference? My colleague, if you follow the evidence that you so passionately talked about on this day, National Fentanyl Awareness Day, the things that we know are actually driving down the deaths are treating this issue like a national health crisis. Yes, we need law enforcement. Yes, we need to stop this fentanyl coming into our country. Yes, the law enforcement needs all the tools. I support them. I will fight for them. I will continue to invest in them. But what's lacking to save lives is the kind of healthcare access that we need. Drug treatment, awareness, public health interventions. We know those work, but yet we don't have the resources in communities to do them. I bring your attention to some of the facts. National Institute of Health reports that 85% of our prison population right now, think about that, the overwhelming majority of our prison population right now has an active substance use disorder. Incarcerated, or people incarcerated involving drug use. That's who we're incarcerating in America right now, folks coming in and out, getting further and further engaged in that dark world of drug abuse and drug sales, but we're not solving the problem. Let me bring attention to the fact that when it comes to sentencing, my colleague was talking about the mandatory minimums, but you know what? You get caught with possession. I know this. You get tagged with possession with intent to distribute. God, if you're in a school zone, you get tagged with something else. We have prosecutors now that could stack up 20, 30, 40, 50 years, even more so. I don't know if folks know this, but on your first offense, possession with intent to distribute, 5-year mandatory minimum, but you could be given up to 40 years. The second offense in the United States of America, you could get a life sentence. The mandatory minimum is 10 years to life. Is that stopping the crisis in our country? Do we need to bring in the death penalty? Is that going to stop what's happening in every 7 seconds? 30 years I've lived in Newark. 25 years to be exact. And God, I've watched the drug war and what it's done. More mandatory minimums, more incarceration, and lives that continue to be destroyed by the horrors of drugs. I beg this body to look at the evidence of what actually saves lives. Did you know the number one reason why people don't call for help when someone is having a drug overdose is because they're afraid of the consequences when they engage with the police? People are dying right now because people are afraid of the police because we're treating this like just a law enforcement problem and not a public health problem. I will join with any colleague on either side of the aisle to stop the scourge of fentanyl taking too many of our children. But God, follow the evidence and let's work together on what we see is actually lowering causes, lowering the rates of death. So, yes, I object with a heart that is hurting, with the same anger that my colleague has shown. I will work with him. We've worked together before. Let's do something that is a comprehensive approach that follows the data, that follows the report, that follows the National Institute of Health and the DOJ's best recommendations. I will join with him, and we'll bring to a floor a comprehensive bill that does affect fentanyl coming into our country, overwhelmingly being brought by Americans, that does affect law enforcement's capabilities and powers to detect those substances, as I found out on the border, that does impact the addicts that he so passionately and compassionately cares about. Let's do a comprehensive bill, not something that the data does not support will actually stop children from dying like they have died in the many seconds that I've talked. I object.
Objection is heard. Senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, I listened carefully to my good friend Senator Booker's remarks, and I appreciate them. Let me make 2 or 3. Let me start over. I listened very carefully to my friend Senator Booker's remarks, and I appreciate them, and I thank him for his offer to work together, and I do want to work with him, but I want to make a couple of things clear. My bill doesn't deal with addiction. My bill deals with dealers. A pencil, the point of the pencil, enough heroin to fit on the point of a pencil will kill you dead. You're not walking around with 40 grams of fentanyl for your own personal use. You're going to deal it. You're going to cut other drugs with it. You're going to sell it to young people. Probably not even tell them fentanyl's in it. And you're not going to measure the fentanyl very carefully. If you get too much in it, somebody dies. There are others. Because if you can get them to take your meth with fentanyl, laced with fentanyl, given that fentanyl is 50 times more powerful, more addictive than heroin, you can get them addicted. I'm not talking about addicts. I'm talking about dealers. Dealers in death. Dealers that this body punishes less severely than a meth dealer or a crack cocaine dealer or a PCP dealer or an LSD dealer. What you allow is what will continue. I don't know if my bill will stop all the fentanyl dealers in America. I can't make you that promise. But if it'll sure as hell stop the dealer caught dealing, and that'll save lives. I agree with my good friend Senator Booker. I believe in justice. The definition of justice for some is complicated. I believe in the definition that was put forth, I think it was St. Augustine, who said, justice is when you get what you deserve. Justice is when you get what you deserve. And fentanyl dealers deserve, yes, a special place in hell. But they sure deserve to be punished more severely than dealers of less dangerous drugs. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would ask unanimous consent to use a proper to during my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. President, today I would like to talk about a distasteful subject to me. I get angry whenever I think about it. Fentanyl dealers. I hope there's a special place in hell for them. Fentanyl dealers. Today is National Fentanyl Awareness Day. Last year, fentanyl, or actually in 2021, fentanyl killed 71,000 Americans. If you break down these sterile statistics, you'll see that somebody in our country dies from fentanyl poisoning every 7 seconds. There ought to be a special place in hell for fentanyl dealers. And these aren't just sterile statistics, Mr. President. These are real people. And they have real families whose lives are torn apart. A lot of these deaths occur among young people. Fentanyl is now the leading cause of death for Americans who are 18 to 49. From 2020 to 2021, fentanyl deaths in our country increased by 24%. It was even more among young people. What you allow is what will continue. And today, this body, the United States Congress, allows fentanyl dealers to carry on their person, if they would like to, enough fentanyl to kill 20,000 Americans before they face a mandatory 5-year minimum sentence if they're caught. Until these fentanyl dealers have to deal themselves with real consequences, I think the carnage is going to continue. I have a bill. It's called the Fairness in Fentanyl Sentencing Act of 2023. And it will change what I just talked about drastically. It will reduce the amount of fentanyl that a fentanyl dealer has to possess before facing the mandatory minimum 5 years of prison. Now, Mr. President, I know you know this, but when you're dealing with fentanyl, the amounts really matter. Fentanyl is 50 times more potent than heroin. Not 5, not 15, 50 times more potent. It takes only 2 milligrams to kill you. Here's a pencil. Here's the point of the pencil. The amount of fentanyl you can put on the point of a pencil will kill you. Let me say that again. The amount of fentanyl that you can put on the point of a pencil will kill you. Today, fentanyl dealers can carry up to 40 grams of fentanyl before they face the mandatory minimum 5 years of prison. And with me today, Mr. President, is one of my colleagues, Mr. Wesley Davis, who's also a good lawyer, I might add. This is 40 grams of fentanyl. It's not actually fentanyl, it's flour. But if the flour were fentanyl, this would be 40 grams. You can have this much. You have to have this much before you get a minimum 5-year sentence. And remember, the pencil, enough to go on the head that goes on the head of a pencil can kill you. But you've got to have this much. I don't know how many pencil points this is, but it's a lot. You've got to have this much to get a minimum 5-year sentence. 40 grams. It would kill 20,000 people. This amount will kill every member of this body 200 times over. Every member of this body 200 times over. And thanks to us and the laws that we pass, the fentanyl dealer would just get a minimum 5-year sentence. See that other bag. Now this bag has 400 grams in it. It's flour, but fentanyl would represent the same thing. This has 400 grams. You have to have 400 grams, given the laws that we have passed, to face a mandatory 10-year sentence. 400 grams will kill 200,000 people, dead as a doornail. Shreveport, Louisiana, in my state, some of you have been there. If you haven't, you should visit, is home to 184,000 people. So a dealer has to have 400 grams, an amount that would kill every man, woman, and child in Shreveport, 400 grams, in order to get a mandatory 10-year sentence. Now, these sentencing guidelines do not reflect how much damage can be done with just a little bit of fentanyl. For example, fentanyl dealers face the 5-year mandatory minimum sentence if they had 5 grams of amphetamine. Here's my chart here. To get a minimum of 5 years in prison, you have to have just 5 grams of methamphetamine. But you have to have 40 grams of fentanyl, which is 50 times more powerful than heroin. I mean, does that make any sense to anyone? Now, meth's a bad drug. I'm not defending meth. But it's not nearly as lethal as fentanyl. This stuff will kill you. And people deal with it every day in America. They deal it every day, and they're not facing consequences. In 2021, in fact, meth killed less than half as many people as fentanyl. Yet fentanyl dealers, I don't want to call them traffickers because that sounds too tame to me, too beige. They're dealers. They're drug dealers. They're death dealers. Fentanyl dealers can possess 8 times as much fentanyl before facing the same mandatory minimum sentence as somebody who's dealing meth. We need a sentencing scheme that looks like somebody designed the damn thing on purpose. Now, we need to have a criminal code that reflects fentanyl's lethal force. My bill, the Fairness in Fentanyl Sentencing Act of 2023, it's pretty simple. It will cut the fentanyl threshold for the 5-year mandatory minimum sentence from 40 grams to 2 grams. From 40 grams to 2 grams. Now, you're not going to have 2 grams of fentanyl on you unless you're dealing. It would reduce the legal threshold for fentanyl analogs as well. Fentanyl analogs, these are synthetic copycats of fentanyl. And actually, they can be even more lethal than pure fentanyl itself, these analogs. Today, if a dealer can carry up to 10 grams of fentanyl analogs, today, I should say, a dealer can carry up to 10 grams of fentanyl analogs before facing the 5-year mandatory minimum sentence, and my bill would drop that threshold down to half a gram. By doing this, Mr. President, my bill helps our criminal code reflect the reality that fentanyl is not like other drugs. It's not. I mean, as bad as meth is, as bad as PCP is, as bad as crack cocaine is, as bad as heroin is, as bad as powdered cocaine is, fentanyl is in a class by itself. The drug cartels who operate south of our border have found that fentanyl is a cheap way to cut corners and to make more money. They use fentanyl to make other drugs. They put fentanyl into cocaine, they put it into heroin, which makes the final concoction cheaper and more powerful. Today, everything from marijuana to Adderall can be laced with lethal amounts of fentanyl on the black market. It gives the concoction more kick, and the drug dealers make more money, which is all they care about. And if the drug dealers don't measure it right, it'll kill you. Now look, we all know that young people experiment. And many young people, I dare say most young people, are going to try drugs. When my son, who I love more than life itself, was a youngster, he's no longer young. Well, he's young. I consider you and I young, Mr. President. But when my son was growing up, he's now a grown man, I would lecture him about drugs. And I'd say, don't use them. I knew he was going to try them. But I'd say, don't use them. He said, Dad, why? You get addicted. You get addicted. And I was always terrified that my son would get addicted, would fall in with the wrong crowd. That conversation today is different for parents with young teenagers. Now it's you can't even try it once, not fentanyl. You can't even try LSD or meth or PCP or crack cocaine or heroin or powder cocaine. You know why? Because it might have fentanyl in it. The drug dealers cut these products with fentanyl. And if they put too much in it, you get one shot. One shot. Forget addiction. The first time a young person experiments might be the last. Now, my state of Louisiana, like every other state in this country, has seen the carnage of fentanyl. We all have. In 2021, 94% of drug overdose deaths in New Orleans were related to what? Fentanyl. In Louisiana, we call our counties parishes. Our coroner's office in East Baton Rouge Parish investigated 300 overdose deaths. 88% of them last year were linked to fentanyl. In the average month in St. Tammany Parish, or county, where I live, we lose 10 or 11 people just about every month. 10 or 11 young people usually to fentanyl overdoses. And why? These aren't people just taking fentanyl. These are people taking other drugs that drug dealers, each of whom should be assigned a special place in hell, other dealers are cutting with fentanyl to give the concoction a higher high to make more money. And if they measure wrong and put too much fentanyl in it, you get to try their product one time, and then you're dead. These are sons. These are daughters. These are friends. These are co-workers. And every one of them has a family. Now, while our families and our kids are suffering, the cartels and the drug dealers who help them in America are getting rich. There was a recent report from the Department of Justice, Mr. President. It stated that fentanyl dealing is one of the Sinaloa cartel's most lucrative endeavors. That cartel is led by 3 of El Chapo's sons. We're not talking choir boys here. They have made a boatload of money selling poison to our children. But it's not just them. It's dealers in the United States as well. Our Customs and Border Protection officers are working as hard as they can to stop drugs from coming into this country. But their hands are tied by our bad policies. More people have crossed the border in the last year than at any time in the history of ever. That's a fact. More than 5 million people have entered this country illegally under President Biden, during the Biden administration. I only have 4.6 million people in Louisiana. So imagine just us adding another state the size of Louisiana. And the problem is expected to get worse. As we know, Title 42 expires next week. And more people will be coming in. But it's not just folks who are coming into our country illegally. And let me say, I don't hate migrants. I don't hate immigrants. I love immigrants. I mean, we're a nation of immigrants, but we have a legal immigration system, and we ought to follow it. And most Americans, they distinguish between legal immigration and illegal immigration. And if you support legal immigration, as I do, and oppose illegal immigration, that doesn't make you a racist, as some people think. The American people oppose illegal immigration and support legal immigration for the same reason they lock their front doors at night. Most Americans don't lock their front doors at night because they hate everybody on the outside. They do it because they love people on the inside, and they want to know who's coming in and out. And they're happy to welcome. I'm happy to welcome Nigerian doctors and German engineers and whomever to come into our country legally. But vetting people at the border is not racist, it's prudent. But a lot comes across that border, and not just people. A lot of fentanyl does as well. In 2022, the Customs and Border Protection seized 14,000 pounds of fentanyl, a 127% increase from the previous year. That's enough fentanyl to kill every man, every woman, every child in the United States. Now, we've got to show the cartels and the people in America, in our communities who are dealing this stuff, that there are consequences for poisoning people, and especially young people. I've also introduced a bill called the Notorious, Aggressive, Remorseless Criminal Organizations and Syndicates Act of 2023. It's known as the Narcos Act. It'll designate these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And we need to give our border agents the resources to secure the border and to stop these dealers before they set foot in our country. But let me return to the Fairness in Fentanyl and Sentencing Act of 2023. It's not going to solve the problem, Mr. President, but it's a start. Dealers carrying enough fentanyl to kill a small town deserve to face a minimum mandatory sentence of 5 years. And they deserve to be punished more severely than someone carrying meth or PCP or crack cocaine, because fentanyl is in a class by itself. And without serious prison sentences for these drug dealers who put money over human life, we're not going to make progress. A 5-year prison sentence can close one stream of fentanyl into our communities, and it might deter the next person who's looking to make a quick buck while trafficking this poison. I want to be clear. I'm almost done, Mr. President. My bill is not looking to punish addicts. My bill will not punish addicts. Now, I believe in free will and responsibility. But I also think that there are mitigating circumstances in the nitty-gritty of life. And that's why if you're an addict and you're convicted of a crime, a serious crime, a judge will consider mitigating circumstances like addiction. I wouldn't wish addiction on my worst enemy. This bill isn't about addiction. A lot of these people don't even take their own product. This is about people, fentanyl dealers, who deal death every day to make money. And there ought to be a special place in hell for them. And this Congress, this Senate, punishes them less than we punish somebody dealing meth. Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Judiciary Committee be discharged from further consideration of S. 878 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. Further, Mr. President, I ask that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to talk a few minutes today about House Bill 12. That's not House Bill 12 from the United States House of Representatives. That's House Bill 12 from the Louisiana House of Representatives. Why do I want to talk about it? Because it's important. It's important for my state, and I think it's important for other states. House Bill 12 passed the Louisiana House of Representatives yesterday, maybe it was the day before, by a vote of 88 to 15, and it's headed to my Senate. Mr. President, as you know, it's frustrating. The American people can do things that take your breath away. We can unravel the human genome. We can take a diseased human heart. We can do that in America and replace it with a new one and make it beat. We can send a person to the moon. But we can't seem to teach our children how to read and write when we have 18 years to do it. I don't come here this morning to assess blame. Our problem, shared in other countries, that's no excuse. Our problem is caused by a multitude of factors. But I believe, Mr. President, and I bet you believe, that every child can learn. Every child can learn. It's harder for some than others. I recognize that some of our children do not have a supportive home life. Not just in America, but in other parts of the world. It seems commonsensical to me, Mr. President, that if a parent does not love their child, the child is not going to stop loving the child's parent. The child is going to stop loving himself or herself. But I don't know how to fix that. All we can do is continue to believe that every child can learn. Every child. My state, unlike other states, has a problem with elementary and secondary education. Over half of my children, my young people in Louisiana, are not reading at their grade level. And at some point, as a child is socially promoted in school and progresses, it almost becomes impossible for a child to learn if the child can't read. It's not just money. Go look at a list of what states spend on elementary and secondary education. Not just states, but local government and the federal government as well. One of our states in America is spending $54,000 a year on their public schools. I mean, God bless them, but that's a lot of money. It's not just money. We've got to try, and we've got to be courageous enough to try new things that we think will work. Now, what does that have to do with House Bill 12 in the Louisiana State Legislature? Here's what House Bill 12 would do. It would say, look, we're not blaming anyone, but if you are a child in the third grade in Louisiana and you can't read according to objective standards at an acceptable level, then you're going to stay in the third grade. We don't care if you're 16 years old. We can hold you till you're 18, but we think you can learn. And you can't learn if you can't read. Now, that doesn't mean that the child just repeats the third grade with no help. We will assign that child special tutors. We will assign that child special attention. We will give that child a number of efforts to demonstrate that child's proficiency after getting this special tutoring and attention. But we think every child can learn. This approach has been tried in 2 other states, Mr. President, Mississippi and Florida. And it has worked in both states. Both states. We have copied it from Mississippi and Florida. We take no pride of authorship, and I'm always willing to copy other people's ideas that work and give them full credit. Let me just mention the success in Mississippi. And I hope my colleagues in the Louisiana legislature, I love every one of them, are listening to me. After Mississippi implemented its requirement that kids can't advance until they can read, this is what one analysis says of the results of that effort. The results are stunning. In sixth grade, 3 years after the intervention, retained students outperformed similar students by 1.2 standard deviations. A 0.8 effect size is generally considered large, with no measurable impact, none, on student absenteeism or special education classification. Negative indicators sometimes associate with retention. Those aren't my words. That came from an in-depth study at Boston University. This analysis goes on to say the magnitude of Mississippi's accomplishments with early reading is truly impressive and rightly deserves attention and replication by other states. For low-income Black and Hispanic students, by 2019, Mississippi had risen to the top 5 of all the states on the 4th grade NAEP, with each group showing more than a year's additional progress since 2013. And I could go on. I could cite you similar analyses and statistics for the state of Florida. Every child can learn. It just requires a little extra attention and love for some of our children. Now, HB 12 in the Louisiana legislature would copy the program in Mississippi and Florida. It has passed, as it did last year, overwhelmingly, as I mentioned, in the Louisiana House of Representatives. Last year in the Louisiana House of Representatives, it passed overwhelmingly. This year, just recently, it passed by a vote of 88 to 15. Last year, when the bill went to my state Senate, the bill died. We're on our second try, and the bill is now before the Louisiana State Senate. I know every member of my Louisiana State Senate. I respect all of them, and I am pleading with them. Please, 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 pretty please, with sugar on top, pass this bill. It's worked in other states. If it doesn't work in Louisiana, I'll come right to this lectern and say it didn't work. We tried it, we gave it our best shot, but it didn't work. But I think it will. And I think our kids deserve the chance. Every child can learn. Every child can learn. But some of our children need special attention. This bill, House Bill 12, before the Louisiana State Senate, will provide that attention. Please, members of my Senate, pass this bill. Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President, rather, I yield to my colleague from Hawaii. Mr. President, the American people, as we all know, are facing many serious, one might describe them as grave issues, some of which fall under the purview of our United States Department of Energy. Average gas prices remain well above $3 a gallon. That's a hardship on a lot of Americans. That's up 50% since President Biden took office. Average electricity prices. That's something we have to deal with every day. They have increased 14.5% since 2022. Our aging power grid remains at risk for devastating cybersecurity attacks. And while China's nuclear stockpile is growing, ours is getting older and it's getting smaller. These are weighty problems, Mr. President. You know that as well, if not better than I do. These problems cost the American people a lot of money, and they place our national security at risk. And they're all impacted by the United States Department of Energy and the policy that it creates. But instead of trying to get control over our gas prices or the national security issues that I just mentioned, President Biden's administration and his energy department, frankly, seems more concerned about Americans' basic kitchen appliances. And suddenly, dishwashers seem to be enemy number one. The Department of Energy recently announced that it would be proposing a new rule, Mr. President, to regulate the amount of water and the amount of energy used by dishwashing machines nationwide. Now, under the proposed rule, I want to describe it fairly. Under the proposed rule, dishwashers will only be able to use 3.2 gallons of water per cycle. Right now, the rule allows, though dishwashers don't use as much, but the rule allows a dishwasher to use 5 gallons of water per cycle. No person with a brain above a single-celled organism has asked for this change, Mr. President. No reasonable circumstance demands it. Instead, the Department of Energy and President Biden's administration has hearkened to the extreme climate activists who, frankly, we have learned from bitter experience, will find any reason to micromanage the lives of Americans by force, if necessary. Let me give you a case in point. Most American dishwashers already use less than 5 gallons of water that is allowed under current regulations. In fact, most American dishwashers use not 5, which is allowed, but 3.5 gallons of water per cycle. Why? Because the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, gave its, quote, Energy Star Standard seal of approval to any dishwasher that'll use 3.5 gallons or less. So even though a dishwasher can use up to 5, to get the seal of approval, which most dishwashers have and most manufacturers want, you have to use 3.5 or less. Now, despite being EPA approved, the Department of Energy's new rule will force manufacturers to abandon these efficient designs that we're already using to placate people who arbitrarily want not 3.5, but 3.2 gallons of water per cycle. And you may be thinking, Mr. President, okay, well, we'll see, we will save 3 gallons per cycle. We will not. President Obama, I want to sidetrack a moment, but this is relevant. During President Obama's administration, his regulators imposed a similar restriction. The results were disastrous. His rule was adopted in 2012, some may recall, increased the price of dishwashers by $100. That's $100 in 2012 dollars. It's more today. In exchange for those higher prices, the regulation that President Obama promulgated forced Americans to buy machines that don't wash their dishes nearly as well as the older machines, and that will prove the case with this new rule that is being promulgated by the Department of Energy. Now, if you have one of these dishwashers, not the ones yet to be approved by the Department of Energy, but the ones mandated under President Obama, you know how it goes. You have to pre-wash the dishes. I mean, it defeats the whole purpose of a dishwasher. If you don't pre-wash the dishes, half the gravy's still going to be on the plate after the first run. And so that leaves families with a choice. You can run the dishwasher twice, which uses twice as much water in order to get your dishes clean, or you have to hand wash your dishes, which is going to use about 17 gallons of water. Both of these options, and once again, this is not the new rule yet. We're under President Obama's restrictive but less restrictive rule. Both of these options waste more water than the older washers. Now, the Department of Energy itself admits that 20% of families who own a dishwasher never use it. Why is that? It's not because dishwashing is fun. It's because they don't want to taste last night's jambalaya in their morning Cheerios when these weaker machines don't do their job. So now, instead of having dishwashers use enough water the first time to actually clean dishes, we're going to have even more families opting to use an average of 17 gallons of water per night to wash by hand. Let me restate this. Under President Obama's regulation, which will be made even worse by the proposed regulation by President Biden, if you wash your dishes the first time, they don't get clean. And those of you who use a dishwasher know what I'm talking about. You do save water the first round, but your dishes aren't clean. So you're forced to use the dishwasher a second time, which uses even more water, or you're forced to wash your dishes by hand, which uses 3 times more water. Now, you don't need to be Euclid to see that this does not add up to water savings. And it makes even less sense when you consider the savings in electricity. The Department of Energy's new rule says it'll cut the amount of energy that dishwashers can use by 27%. Shoot, well, I'll be for that. It'll cut the amount of electricity, energy, from 307 kilowatt hours annually to 223 kilowatt hours. That's for a standard dishwasher. The Department of Energy under President Biden says that this will help reduce, quote, carbon pollution, and it's going to save the American people money. In reality, it won't. By decreasing the amount of allowed energy use by 27% under this new proposed rule, the new rule will save 84 kilowatt hours annually. That's fewer kilowatt hours than it takes to run an LED light bulb for a year. We're not talking about serious energy savings. How much will it save the American people? Using the very generous estimates of the Department of Energy, it's going to save Americans about $17 annually every year. That's not even enough for a tank of gas under President Biden's inflation. However, once again, I'll draw a parallel to the so-called water savings. Once again, the lesser performance capacity in these energy-efficient machines is going to result in more Americans choosing to run the machine twice or to hand wash the dishes just to get the plates clean. It's important to consider the context, too, Mr. President. Louisianians, let me talk about my state. I know my state best. Just as you know, Mr. President, your wonderful state best. Louisianians are paying an extra $740 a month, not a year, a month, because of President Biden's inflation. That's almost $9,000 a year. And most of my people are not wealthy people. Let me just read you. These are not my numbers. These are the numbers compiled by President Biden's own government. Electricity is up 20%, gas 48%, eggs, I know they've come down a little bit, thank God. They're still up 67%. Potato chips, 28%, bread, 27%, coffee, 30%, rice, 28%, flour's up 24%, milk's up 20%, ice cream's up 21%, chicken's up 21%, bacon. I don't want to live in a world without bacon. It's up 10%. I could keep going. I mean, the American people and my people are burning through their savings, and they're getting priced out of the housing market. But President Biden's administration seems to be obsessed with robbing our people of access to affordable appliances that actually get the job done. And I can't think of any better evidence of the fact that in too many instances, this administration has a fatal attraction to nutty ideas. I'm not against regulation. I mean, I think the world's complicated and in some cases dangerous, and if we can make it more efficient and safer for our people, we ought to do it. But you have to weigh the cost and the benefit. You have to weigh the cost and the benefit. This is what we know after doing that under this proposed new rule. The new rule is not going to save water. It's not going to save a significant amount of energy. It's not going to save the American people money. In fact, it's going to cost them money. This new policy is not going to be a win for America, but I'll tell you who it will be a win for: the People's Republic of China. China, the world's largest producer of CO2 emissions, we are reducing our CO2 emissions. China is increasing its CO2 emissions. China stands to benefit from this rule because it produces about 70% of the world's dishwashers. And China is probably going to produce 70% of the new dishwashers mandated by the Department of Energy. More business for China. The dishwasher manufacturers in China are delighted. Now, these manufacturers in China, their factories, they don't run on solar panels. They don't run off of wind energy. They're not powered by fairy dust or unicorn urine. Nor do the ships that have to bring the dishwashers from China to the American consumer. They all run off fossil fuels. Some of these manufacturers in China that our Department of Energy is giving business to run off coal. And look, I care about our planet, and I know you do too, Mr. President. I want clean air. I want bright water. We all do. But this new proposed rule by the Department of Energy is not going to help anything or anybody. It's only going to make the American people have to spend more money on less efficient machines. The costs dramatically outweigh the benefit. It's going to make most of them either stop using their dishwasher or use it twice, using twice as much water or energy, or frustrate them to the point that they're going to say, hey, I'll just wash the dishes by hand, using 3 times the amount of water. And it's not just dishwashers. If it were just dishwashers, I would chalk this up to, well, just we've got some regulators that we need to talk to and rein in. There are other things on this looming list. In the past few months, the Biden administration has proposed new regulations for electric motors, for beverage vending machines, for microwaves, for ovens, for refrigerators, for furnaces, for air conditioners, for light bulbs. Get ready. In fact, the Biden administration added more than 110 regulations since it's been in office on appliances and equipment during 2 years. Most of these policies, if you weigh the costs and the benefits, make no sense. Not in terms of CO2 emissions, not in terms of energy savings, not in terms of water savings, and certainly not in terms of the pocketbook of the American people. They are sops to the woke wing of the Democratic Party. Not all Democrats. I'm not going to paint with a broad brush here. Not all of them. But there's some members of the Democratic Party they think that we would all be better off if we had a rule for everything. And they think that the American people are not capable of running their own lives. These new regulations will do little, if anything, to help the planet. But they do harm regular Americans. The Americans who get up every day, go to work, obey the law, pay their taxes, try to do the right thing by their children, and try to save a little money for retirement. That's who these new regulations are going to hurt. They just, all these folks want is for their dishwashers to work. They want to spend less time on dishes because they want to spend time with their families. They don't want to have to hand wash the dishes every night. That's what they bought a dishwasher for. Now, surely, the regulators who are proposing this know that. And that's why they're going to downplay, they already are, the dishwasher regulations. It's why they're going to act confused when Americans wonder if the federal government is coming to unhook their gas stoves next. We've heard officials from the Biden administration say, if you like your gas stove, you can keep your gas stove. Not true. I'm sorry. It's just not true. This administration is willing to regulate and try to control every aspect of American life. There are people in this administration that believe that. Why? To avoid empty criticism from the looming left. The looming left, which often ignores science and always insists on more control. Don't listen to what politicians do or say. Don't. Never listen to what a politician says. You can listen to them, but you got to compare it to what they do. What you do is what you believe. Everything else is just cottage cheese. President Biden and his administration are saddling Americans with harmful, maybe even hateful regulations because they care more about what the activists say on TikTok than they do about the quiet suffering of everyday families in America and all over this country. They have a blind spot for the lives and concerns of ordinary Americans. And it's why this administration is more worried about dishwashers and gas stoves than the fact that the average Louisiana family is paying $740 more a month, not a year, because of inflation. It's why they'll kill American jobs while continuing to buy solar panels and new dishwashers from the polluters in China. It's why they'll give rich people tax credits to buy electric cars. How many poor people do you know driving electric cars? It's why they'll give rich people tax credits to buy electric cars while people in rural areas in rural America struggle to pay for a full tank of gas and can't even dream of buying a used car because the used cars cost 30% more since President Biden took office. All this virtue signaling. To some, it may be amusing, but it's not free. There's no free lunch, and you don't get one now. It costs money that Americans don't have, and it causes them pain that they don't deserve, Mr. President. The new rule on dishwashers isn't yet settled. There's still time for my colleagues at the Department of Energy to scrap this rule and walk away from this fallacious nonsense, and I hope that they will. Thank you, Mr. President. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will.
Mr. President, I want to spend a few minutes talking about Senator Marshall's and I's legislation to overturn President Biden's squid-brained idea with respect to pistol braces. The Second Amendment to the United States Constitution, Mr. President, as you well know, gives private citizens the right to possess a firearm, including a pistol, and to use it lawfully. That's not a right of government. That's a right that each of us has as Americans. Justice Scalia said it pretty well in D.C. versus Heller. The American people have considered the handgun to be the quintessential self-defense weapons. Put up the handgun. So many people who are opposed to the Second Amendment. They say they're not opposed to the Second Amendment. They say they just want to regulate guns. They don't. They want to abolish guns. And many of them wouldn't know a gun from a J. Crew catalog. This is a handgun. This is what we're talking about. Now, our Second Amendment right is not unlimited. We know that. It's subject to reasonable restriction by government, consistent with the Constitution and the country's, quote, historical tradition of firearm regulation. Those aren't my words. Those are the Supreme Court's words. I'm quoting New York State Rifle and Pistol Association v. Brewing by the United States Supreme Court. For example, in many states, you can't own a bazooka. That's a reasonable restriction. Your right to own a gun can also be restricted if you suffer from mental illness. That is what we have concluded as a society as a reasonable restriction. The issue today is very simple. It's whether President Biden's Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms new rule, in effect banning, or at a minimum severely restricting, pistol braces, is a reasonable restriction under the Constitution. That's what we're discussing today. Trigger warning. This is a pistol brace. I know it's scary. This is a pistol brace. It fits on your forearm like this. Here it is, right here. To the pistol brace is added another piece that grips the handgun. That's what we're talking about here. A pistol brace is also known, this scary piece of equipment here, is also known as a stabilizing brace or an arm brace. It's a simple device. It's mounted to the rear of the pistol. It's designed to anchor the pistol to the shooter's arm, right here. It goes on the forearm. So the shooter can shoot the pistol with one hand. Now, why is that important? Because some Americans don't have two hands, or the use of two hands, or two arms. Pistol braces were invented to help handicapped people, particularly handicapped veterans who don't have use of both of their arms. You don't have to be a handicapped person to use a pistol brace. Some studies have shown that there are as many as 40 million pistol braces in the United States that President Biden wants to outlaw. Not 4 million, 40 million. And most of them, I would say virtually all of them, are owned by law-abiding citizens. Now, this pistol brace, other than stabilizing the pistol, it doesn't change the pistol in any way. The pistol brace doesn't change the caliber of the pistol, doesn't make it more powerful. The pistol brace doesn't change the number of rounds that the pistol can hold. The pistol brace doesn't make the pistol an automatic pistol. Automatic weapons are forbidden in the United States. And the pistol brace doesn't make the pistol fire any faster. The pistol brace also does not help the shooter load the pistol more quickly. Except for stabilizing the pistol, it doesn't change the pistol in any way. It just makes it easier to hold, which is important, particularly if you're handicapped. As one of my colleagues alluded to, pistol braces were invented in 2012. They have been legal since. As I said, millions of Americans own them. Millions of Americans use them, especially handicapped Americans. The Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Bureau has never had a problem with pistol braces. None, zero, zilch, nada, until President Biden became president. Now, President Biden and his ATF have promulgated a rule. It says attaching a pistol brace to a pistol somehow magically stops the pistol from being a pistol and turns it into a short-barreled rifle. The ATF has defended its proposed new rule, as has President Biden, by pointing to 2 mass shootings that were committed by individuals who used pistols with pistol braces. Now, why does it matter? Why is the ATF trying to say a pistol is no longer a pistol? If you use a pistol brace, it's a short barrel rifle. I'll tell you why. You don't have to be a Latin scholar to figure it out. Because short barrel rifles, once again, which the ATF says pistol braces turn pistols into, are heavily restricted by the National Firearms Act of 1934 and the Gun Control Act of 1968. That's why they want to turn a pistol into a short barrel rifle by using a pistol brace. Under these 2 federal statutes, if the ATF can succeed, the ATF can require the owner of the pistol with the pistol brace to register it within 120 days with the ATF. They want to start a gun registry for law-abiding Americans. Hello? They want to start a gun registry. If the ATF pulls this off, this is what they can do. This is what you have to do if you own a pistol brace and you use it with your handgun, handicapped or otherwise. You got to register it within 120 days with the ATF. You got to destroy the pistol brace. You've got to dismantle the pistol brace, or you've got to surrender your pistol to the ATF, or you have to destroy your pistol. And violations, if you don't do what the ATF says, violations of these 2 federal statutes are punishable by 5 to 10 years in prison and fines of up to $250,000. Stupidity should hurt more. Unless you self-identify as an idiot, you can see what's going on here. The American people may be poorer under President Biden, but they're not stupid. The ATF is trying to keep Americans from owning pistols, and/or they're trying to keep Americans from owning pistol braces, and/or they're trying to use this rule to start an extensive national gun registry. And the ATF rule is just a backdoor way to subject pistols to more smothering regulations. I swear to God and all the angels, Americans get so much government, they choke on it. They choke on it. Neither the National Firearms Act of 1934 nor the Gun Control Act of 1968 mention pistol braces. Nor does the statute's legislative history. Under recent unambiguous decisions by the United States Supreme Court in West Virginia v. EPA and Alabama Association of Realtors v. Department of Homeland Security, in King v. Burwell, all Supreme Court precedent, a regulatory agency like the ATF does not have the power under our Constitution to decide major questions like banning pistol braces unless Congress says it's okay through the text of the statute that the agency is relying on. The statute itself clearly and unambiguously has to give the ATF the authority to ban pistol braces, and it does not. The ATF rule is unconstitutional. It's also unconstitutional under the U.S. Supreme Court decision in New York State New York State Rifle and Pistol Association v. Bruin, which was handed down a couple of years ago, because banning pistol braces is not part of our country's, quote, historical tradition of firearm regulation. The ATF rule also violates, in my judgment, the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990. And finally, the ATF rule and President Biden's rule are just, the rule is just plain bottom of the barrel moronic. Attaching a pistol brace to a pistol, which doesn't change the pistol in any fundamental way, except stabilizing it, does not stop the pistol from being a pistol. It doesn't. And it sure doesn't turn it into a short barrel rifle. Pistols are pistols. Rifles are rifles. Duh. All the pistol brace does is allow an American, especially a handicapped American, to safely grip a pistol and control it in a safe manner. That's all it does. Like I said, stupid should hurt more. This ATF rule is why so many Americans wonder how so many governmental officials in Washington, D.C. made it through the birth canal. Mr. President, I yield. Quickly, Madam President, one of my cities, my city of New Orleans. It is iconic. The whole world knows it. I've told this story before. I'm going to tell it again because it illustrates my point. My first job in government was with a reform governor called Governor Buddy Roemer. That was at a time when Japan and its economy, it's still strong today, but it was rising high and looking good back in the late 80s. Governor Roemer decided to take a trip to Japan to try to entice our Japanese friends to come invest in Louisiana. And Governor Roemer came back and he said, "Kennedy, you'll never believe what happened to me." I said, "Tell me about it, Governor." He said, "My first meeting, I was meeting with 50 Japanese business people." He said, "I thought I'd break the ice." So I asked all of them, "How many of you have been to Louisiana?" And Governor Roemer said, 3 or 4 people raised their hand. So then he turned to this group of 50 Japanese business people and said, "Okay, second question. How many of you have been to New Orleans?" He said 25 people raised their hand. And my point, of course, is that New Orleans is special. Special to the world, special to America, special to me. I used to live there, my son was raised there for a while, met my wife there. Every state and country in the world would love to have a New Orleans. We're 300 years old. We were founded in 1718. We're envied for our food, our music, our architecture, our diversity, our dialects, our merriment, our festivals, our celebration of life. People in New Orleans dance with the music on and without. It's a special city. But my city, Madam President, has hit a rough patch. Crime is strangling a free people. Nowhere more than the city of New Orleans. I regret to say this, but it is safer to walk down the streets of Mogadishu than it is some of the streets in my city of New Orleans. I know others are having a crime problem. Doesn't make me feel any bit better. Last year, New Orleans was the murder capital of the world. We had 265 people murdered. That's double since 2019. And that doesn't include the burglaries and the carjackings and the break-ins and the thefts and the other crimes of violence, the rapes, the property crimes. Our 9/11 program is a mess. We're trying to deal with this. But we're not just taking it lying down, Madam President. We're right now looking for a new police chief. And we need a good one. We need a tried and tested police chief who has experience in a big city. And we're in the process of picking a police chief. Now, our mayor, who has 2 more years on her term, is in charge of picking the police chief. Our new police chief has to be confirmed by our city council. But more importantly than our city council, as important as our city council is, our new police chief has to have the confidence of the people in Louisiana and the good people in New Orleans. Our mayor, as is her right, has decided to handle the selection of a new police chief herself. She has appointed an outside third-party group to quarterback the selection of a new police chief. That outside third-party group says it has done a nationwide search. It had 33 applicants for police chief. Apparently, we don't know this for a fact. Most of them were not interviewed. 6 were. And that's all we know. That's all we know. One of the most important, maybe the most important selection in municipal government in the last decade in New Orleans. Our mayor has shared nothing else with us. Nothing. Zero. Zilch. Nada. Now, to her credit, our mayor has been asked why. And by the way, that includes our city council. You would think, since the city council has to confirm the new police chief, that our city council would have been brought in from day one. But our mayor decided not to do that. At a press conference on July 5th, our mayor was asked about this secrecy. And here's what she said. I'm going to quote our mayor, for whom I have great respect, because I certainly don't want to put words in her mouth. This is what she told the press. Quote, to the press, I have to say you all have a great way of doing that to people. You know you damage people, even though you try to say you're doing it fairly. That's not what I want. The mayor goes on to say to the press, I don't want to do that for those who look at New Orleans as a place that they want to come and serve. And I definitely do not want to do that for men and women that have responded who are currently serving. Now, look, I get it. I know all about the gifts and the gaps of our news media. We have an opinion. But you don't have to like or dislike a free press to serve your people. And I can assure you right now in New Orleans, parts of which look like a scene out of Mad Max, that the people of New Orleans are vitally interested, not just the press, in who our new police chief will be. Our mayor has two years left to serve. It's going to be a challenge to get a police chief to come to New Orleans and serve for 2 years. Uproot wherever she or he is, come to New Orleans for 2 years with no guarantee that a new mayor will reappoint that new police chief. So it's going to be a challenge to begin with. On top of that, we all in New Orleans have a lot of questions about crime in our city and our new police chief. I just jotted down a few. We want to know if our new police chief believes in broken windows law enforcement. We want to know if our new police chief, how she or he is going to increase police response times. We've got great cops in New Orleans. Their morale is low. We don't have nearly enough of them. But their response times have tripled in 3 years. I'm not blaming it on them, but it's a problem. In picking a new police chief, we want to know our new police chief's opinion about whether we have enough investigators, about the federal consent decree that we're under. Has it helped? Has it hurt? Is it time to ask to get out from under it? We want to know if our new program called Ethical Policing is Courageous is working. We launched it with high hopes. Is it working? What does our new police chief think about it? We want to know what our new police chief thinks about our Adopt-A-Block program. Is it working? We want to know our police chief's opinion about whether police officers, we're trying hard to recruit them, but we're losing them. We've lost 20% in the last 2 years. We want to know how our new police chief feels about requiring or not requiring police officers to live in the city. Can they live outside in the suburbs? We want to know what our new police chief thinks about computer analytics and camera technology and facial recognition technology. And I can keep going. These are all fair questions. And it's not just the press asking, even though the press is entitled to ask. It's the people of New Orleans, because they're scared, because they love our city, because they think it's worth fighting for, because they want justice, but they understand without order there can be no justice. So, Madam President, I say to my mayor of New Orleans, with all the respect I can muster, please, Mayor, please, Mayor, please, with sugar on top, call a press conference. Tell us who has applied. Tell us who didn't make the cut. Tell us why they didn't make the cut. Tell us the criteria that you and your team used without an interview to eliminate them. Tell us who the 6 remaining semifinalists are. Give us their names. Let us hear from them. Give us time to look at their record. Give us time to ask fair but tough questions. Let's make this decision together, because we're all going to have to live with it. Please, Mayor, please reconsider your position. Let's do this together. Madam President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as we know, President Biden has been talking the last 30 to 60 days about Bidenomics. And I think it would be fair to say that because so many Americans are struggling to support their families that President Biden is struggling to explain what he means by Bidenomics. I think most fair-minded Americans, based on the year and a half and a few months that President Biden has been president, understand what Bidenomics is, because they understand at this juncture what President Biden believes in. Not only what he believes in, what he's done. Bidenomics, to most fair-minded Americans, is bigger government. Bidenomics is higher taxes. Bidenomics is more regulation. Bidenomics is more spending. Bidenomics is more debt. Bidenomics is also inflation. But let me say that again. First and foremost, Bidenomics is inflation. Inflation, President Biden's inflation, history I believe will demonstrate this, is a cancer on the American dream. It's a cancer on the American dream. Since President Biden has been president, electricity is up 24%. There's your Bidenomics. Gasoline, I'll just quote you from Louisiana, is up 65%. Eggs are up 39%. Potato chips are up 25%. Bread is up 26%. Coffee costs 30% more, thanks to President Biden's inflation and Bidenomics. Rice is up 29%. Flour is up 25%. Milk's up 18%. Ice cream, 18%. Chicken, 23%. I could keep going. Let me give you a few statistics to put those numbers in context. The median household income in my state, Louisiana, is $53,571. The median household income of an American family nationwide is $70,784. So Louisiana median household income, not individual income, household income, about $54,000. Median income throughout America is about $71,000. In my state, Bidenomics and President Biden's inflation is causing my people, the average family in Louisiana, an additional $757 a month, not a year, a month. That's $9,084 a year. So imagine in Louisiana, if you're at the median household income of $54,000 a year, that's you and a spouse and children, and all of a sudden, in the past year and a half, under Bidenomics, you've got to come out of pocket an extra $9,000 a year. You're making $54,000 a year to support the family, and now all of a sudden you've got to come out of pocket. You've got to find an extra $9,000 just to tread water. Where are you going to get that money? Maybe you saved up a little money from the stimulus checks, but that's probably gone. Maybe you have a savings account that you set aside, but that's probably gone now too. Maybe you got a couple of credit cards, but You've maxed those out. Maybe you have a dream of sending your children to college and you have a college fund. You've already had to dip into that. And there's no end in sight. Now, that's the experience of the people in my state from Bidenomics, and I think that's the experience across America. That's why I say that inflation, President Biden's inflation, has been a cancer on the American dream. And I can tell you in Louisiana, my people are getting really good at barely getting by. And there's no end in sight. Now, I'm pleased to be able to say, Mr. President, that the rate of inflation has been coming down. And I hope it keeps coming down. Our last inflation numbers showed that you've seen them reported in the media. Inflation is now at 3%. That's sort of accurate. It is at 3%. But the reason it's at 3% is primarily because of the fall in the price of gasoline. Gasoline is still high, but the price of oil has come down because our economy and the world economy is so weak, so there's less demand for oil. But more important than overall inflation is what we call core inflation. That's what most economists look at. They look at core inflation. Because core, C-O-R-E, inflation, looks at inflation without looking at energy or food. Because energy and food can both be very volatile. Core inflation is at 4.8%. And it's been very sticky. Still way over the Federal Reserve's targeted 2%. But it has been coming down, and that's good news. But what does that mean? All it means is that the rate of increase in inflation has been slowing. When you have inflation, let's say at 8%, and you get it down to 6%, that means that you have reduced the rate of increase of the prices. The economists call that disinflation. That doesn't mean that prices are going down. It just means that prices aren't rising as rapidly. And if we can get core inflation down to 2%, that does not mean these high prices that I just quoted are going to go down. That would be deflation. I regret to tell you, Mr. President, and I think you know what I'm saying is accurate. These high prices are permanent. We're going to be stuck with a 24% increase in electricity. Even if we can get inflation down to 0%, these high prices that have been caused by Bidenomics are permanent. We're going to be stuck with coffee up 30%. I'm not going to reread the list. That's why I say that inflation, the major product of Bidenomics, has been a cancer on the American dream. Now, my people in Louisiana need every dollar they can get right now. Average family making $54,000 a year, now having to find an additional $9,000 a year, and that's not going to change. Their only hope is that it doesn't get worse. So I want to call the attention of my people to tax refunds. A lot of my people get tax refunds. They get money back. They have money withheld from their paycheck, and oftentimes it's too much. And the state of Louisiana and the federal government owe them money in the form of a tax refund. And sometimes my people in Louisiana are busy earning a living. They get up every day, they go to work, they obey the law, they pay their taxes, they try to teach their children morals, they try to do the right thing for their children. They get busy, and sometimes people forget to claim their tax refunds. So I'm here today, number one, to try to explain Bidenomics and tell the people in Louisiana and the people in America, I'm sorry they're having to go through this. But number two, I understand every dollar counts. And please, please, please check and see if you are due a tax refund. For example, I'll start with the state. The state of Louisiana is holding almost $12 million, $11,574,249 that is owed in tax refunds to the people in Louisiana. 15,461 people are owed a tax refund, and they haven't claimed it. The average refund is about $750. You need to claim it, I say to my people. You need to claim it by August 28th. If you don't claim it by August 28th, you won't lose it. The money will be transferred to the Treasury Department, become part of what is called the Unclaimed Property Program. And then you just have to fill out more paperwork to get your money. So if you think you have a tax refund due from the state of Louisiana, go get it by August 28th. It's worth checking. All you've got to do is go to the Department of Revenue website, revenue.louisiana.gov, revenue.louisiana.gov. Now also, my Department of Revenue, thank you for doing this, just sent out letters to every one of these 15,461 people to whom the state owes a tax refund. Our Department of Revenue sent them a letter. Please open that letter. Don't throw it away. This includes individuals and business women and businessmen. All you've got to do is open that letter, and there's a voucher on there. You just fill it out and send it back into the Department of Revenue, and you'll get your money. So please do that. You earned it. Now, at the federal level, it's a little more complicated, to no one's surprise. At the federal level, I tried to get the information from the IRS about how much is owed to my people in terms of federal income tax refunds. You won't faint with surprise, Mr. President, when I say it's hard to get them on the phone. And when we did get them on the phone, they said, we can't give you that information. If we told you, we'd have to kill you. Okay, so I went back and did some research. The most recent numbers I have are from 2019. And in 2019, tax refunds in the amount of $22 million were owed to the people in Louisiana. These are federal income tax refunds. This is 2019 now. I don't know what the current number is because the IRS won't tell me. But based on 2019 numbers, it's anywhere from $22 to $25 million. And based on 2019 numbers, about 22,000 Louisianians are owed federal income tax refunds on top of the state income tax refunds. And I want to encourage them to check to see if they have a federal income tax refund. Here's what you need to do. You can call them if you'd like, but lots of luck, okay? Go to www.irs.gov/refunds. www.irs.gov/refunds. And you can check to see if the IRS owes you a tax refund. You're going to need your Social Security number, of course, or your taxpayer ID number. You're going to need your filing status. They want you to tell them the exact amount of your refund. They have all that information, but they want you to tell it to them. Just don't argue with them. Just go ahead and do it based off your tax return. And You can make a claim there online and give them a reasonable amount of time, and you can get a check from the federal government as well. I used to be the tax collector in Louisiana, and I can tell you for a variety of reasons that a lot of people, not just Louisianians, all across America, forget to claim their state income tax refund and or their federal income tax refund. So I hope they'll take advantage of this. I'm sorry. I just want to say to them, I'm sorry that the federal government has let them down. I'm embarrassed about Bidenomics. I'm sorry about this inflation that is a cancer on the American dream. I'm afraid it's going to be with us a while. I hope I'm wrong, but if we succeed in getting that rate of inflation down to 2%, that doesn't mean prices are going to go down. I wish I could sit here and tell you that. These higher prices are permanent. What we're trying to do is just stop the increase, stop the prices from going up so fast. So I hope you'll take advantage of this information, not just in Louisiana, but all across America, and go claim your tax refunds if you're owed them. Madam President, I yield to my friend and colleague, Senator Sanders.
From Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I call up my amendment number 1034. I ask that it be reported by number, and I ask consent that Senator Menendez and I each have 3 minutes to discuss this amendment.
Is there an objection? Without objection, the clerk will report.
Senator from Louisiana, Mr. Kennedy proposes amendment number 1034 to amendment number 935.
Mr. President, as we all know, the International Monetary Fund, or the IMF as we call it, it's an international bank. Most countries belong to it, 190 in fact, and every country...
Would the senator yield?
Certainly.
Order. Please order. Senators, take your conversations out of the Senate chamber. The senator may proceed.
Thank you. Virtually every country in the world is a member of the IMF. There are 190 countries. And everybody puts up money, and when another country gets in trouble, the IMF helps bail them out. Now, not every country in the IMF is equal in voting rights. The countries that put up the most money get most of the voting rights and have most of the control. And you'll not be surprised, Mr. President, to learn that the United States of America puts up over $100 billion, and we have the largest share of voting rights. Now, periodically, the IMF issues what's called special drawing rights. The technical definition of a special drawing right is an international reserve asset created by and issued by the IMF. But forget that. Let me tell you what a special drawing right is. A special drawing right is like a dividend. Think of it as a poker chip. So the IMF says we're going to give dividends or poker chips to every member of the IMF. Well, what can you do with this poker chip? Well, if you're Iran, for example, you can take this poker chip and go to the IMF and say, here's my poker chip, and I want $1.42, that's the exchange rate, of US dollars, whether Iran needs it or not. Pretty sweet deal. Now, Iran would never have to pay back that money. The IMF does charge Iran interest on those US dollars.
Would the senator yield? Once again, please, order on the floor. The senator may proceed.
I think you might have to put some of them in jail, Mr. President. But anyway, Iran wouldn't have to pay it back, but they have to pay an interest. But let me guess what the interest rate is. 0.05%, not 5%, 0.05%. Sweet deal for Iran. especially when they don't need the money. My bill my amendment would simply say that the United States cannot, Secretary of Treasury, cannot vote to approve special drawing rights, or these poker chips, for any country that according to the State Department sponsors genocide or state-backed terrorism. Genocide or state-backed terrorism unless Congress approves. And I will reserve my time but yield to Senator Menendez, my good friend from New Jersey.
Mr. President.
The senior senator from New Jersey.
That only means I got there before you. Yes, Mr. President, I rise in opposition to Senator Kennedy's amendment. I have a great deal of respect for my colleague. No one in this chamber has taken a harder line against the Iranian regime than I have. No one. But in this case, a well-intended motion can produce very bad consequences. So let me speak to why I oppose the senator's amendment. These special drawing rights, I always love how my colleague from Louisiana can bring it to an earthly tone. We got poker chips we're throwing around. But these aren't quite poker chips. They're a critical liquidity tool to support lower-income countries in response to global financial crises. In our interest to do so, to create stability. They assist in creating economic stability. They are an absolutely essential part of U.S. foreign policy tool, especially as we are dealing with the China challenge. We want to help these countries instead of China helping them. The Biden administration supported a new round of special drawing rights allocations at the IMF. This funding played an essential role in helping countries address the COVID-19 pandemic and the related economic fallout of the pandemic, which we're still hearing about from many of these countries. Without these funding, many of these countries would have fallen to economic crisis, which means political instability, which means chaos, which means refugees coming to the shores of many countries. The International Monetary Fund's rules dictate that a new general issue for special drawing rights must go to all members. That means a requirement to prohibit SDRs for one country would prohibit SDRs for all countries. As a consequence, Senator Kennedy's amendment would effectively kill the possibility of issuing SDRs to any country ever again. Now, Senator Kennedy offered the same exact amendment with the Endless Frontier Act on the floor in May of 2021. That amendment failed by a significant vote. Of course, we oppose those state sponsors of terrorism. Of course, we oppose those who would be responsible for genocide. But I would note that most of our adversaries the senator wants to pursue, which I would agree if we could do it antiseptically, but we can't, already face obstacles to drawing special drawing rights because of the sanctions that we have against them. So due to the harmful impact this amendment would have on the Treasury Department to respond to a deficit in the global supply of reserves on a global crisis, I will vote no, and I would recommend my colleagues do so as well, and I would reserve the balance of my time.
Mr. President.
The senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. How much additional time do I have?
You have 20 seconds remaining.
Mr. President, this bill will not take poker chips, and that's what they are, away from any country unless they're engaging in genocide or state-sponsored terrorism. That's it. The world will not spin off its axis. If you think a country that commits genocide or state-sponsored terrorism should get poker chips, vote against this bill.
Mr. President.
The senator from New Jersey, the senior senator.
If we were talking about poker chips, I'd be all in with Senator Kennedy. What we're talking about is the ability to preserve in crisis in the world, have something we can use, and that's why the senator's amendment needs to fail.
The question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso,
For a few minutes about NATO. But before I do that, I want to make two preliminary points. I believe that America's aid to Ukraine is not charity. I believe that that aid is in America's security, national security interest. And I have voted accordingly. I am convinced, Madam President, that Vladimir Putin, President Xi Jinping, and the Ayatollah in Iran are working together. I am convinced, Madam President, that their objective is to have Russia dominate Central and Eastern Europe, the Ayatollah from Iran dominate the Middle East, and China, through President Xi, dominate the Indo-Pacific, Sub-Saharan Africa, and South America. And that is not a world that is safe for the United States of America. That certainly isn't a world that is safe for democracy. That's point one. Point two, I have been sorely disappointed at the refusal of the United States Senate to appoint or to pass a bill that would allow the president to appoint, confirmed by the United States Senate, a special inspector general to follow the money in Ukraine. Once again, I have voted to send that money to Ukraine, not as an act of charity, but because I believe it is in America's national security interest. But that money didn't just fall from heaven. That money that we sent to Ukraine, we thank heaven for it, but it came out of the pockets of the American taxpayer. And I understand that we have an inspector general from the Department of Defense following the money, and I don't mean to be overtly critical. I will point out, as an aside, that I find it somewhat ironic. The Department of Defense Inspector General says we've got this, but yet the Department of Defense has never been audited. Ever. Never. The Department of Defense is the only agency in the United States government that has never been audited. And the American people know that. That's why I and a number of my colleagues have asked this Senate to pass a bill to allow the president to pick a special inspector general of his choosing to be confirmed by the United States Senate to follow every single dollar that we're sending to Ukraine, and to answer to the members of the Senate, members of the House, and most importantly to the American people. Many Republicans and many Democrats have supported that effort, but many Democrats and many Republicans on both sides of the aisle have refused. Now, I'm going to keep trying, Madam President. But as I said, this money didn't just fall from heaven. It came out of people's pockets. A word about NATO. For the past 18 months, the United States and our NATO allies have worked together to support our Ukrainian friends as they push back against Russian President Vladimir Putin's violent attack on their sovereignty. Putin's war in Ukraine is illegal, and it has presented one of the most serious challenges that NATO, the National Atlantic Treaty Organization, has faced in decades. Now, as with many challenges in life, Madam President, I believe that the difficulties we face today can make NATO stronger tomorrow. I believe that. But that'll only happen if we are honest with each other. Friends tell friends the truth. Friends tell friends the truth. And here's the truth as I see it. NATO is one of the most impactful defense pacts in all of human history. The United States is a proud NATO member. The American people support NATO. But it is also no secret that some of our friends in NATO have not been taking their own defense and defense spending seriously. And they had not been taking their own defense and defense spending seriously even before Vladimir Putin began his illegal assault on Ukraine. As the full extent of Putin's cruelty unfolded last year, Madam President, NATO leaders, they appeared at first to regard it as a wake-up call, and that's a good thing. It was a wake-up call for many people throughout the world. But somehow, over the past year, those same countries fell back asleep. You see, when Putin began his march into Ukraine, key NATO leaders said that they would start spending 2% of their gross domestic product on defense. That's a promise that they had made before, but had reneged on until Putin's assault. But it took less than a year after Putin entered Ukraine for those same leaders to begin to renege again. And that's just a fact, Madam President. Friends tell friends the truth. Recent analysis shows that as of today, just 11 out of the 31 countries currently in NATO are on track to fulfill their 2% defense spending obligation. Now, this is becoming a frustrating pattern for some of our NATO allies. As a smart person once said, history doesn't repeat itself, but sometimes it rhymes. And that's the case here. And if you take a look at NATO today and compare it to NATO in 2024, it frankly would make Michael Avenatti blush. Let me paint the picture for you, Madam President. NATO countries first agreed to spend 2% of their gross domestic product on defense in 2006. The 2% figure was designed, as you know, Madam President, to be a floor, not a ceiling. And this didn't mean, this promise made by all NATO countries in 2006, this didn't mean that each country was required to cut a check to NATO. That's not what it meant. It just meant that each country would spend 2% of its gross domestic product on itself, in its own military, and in its own national security. Why? Because all NATO countries understood then that our alliance was stronger when everyone pulled their weight. Now, we know a lot of what has happened since then. The world economy sank into a recession in 2008. We all felt the brunt of that, including the American people. But for some of our friends in NATO, that 2% commitment fell apart. And after the Great Recession, as we call it, just 3 NATO members, 3 fulfilled their promise to invest 2% or more in defense. And you know who took note? Vladimir Putin. In 2014, Fast forward a few years, Putin invaded Ukraine's Crimean Peninsula. Putin made it clear that he intended to take that key block of land on the Black Sea and make it his own, and he did. This was a blatant violation of Ukrainian sovereignty. It was an unmistakable foreshadowing as well of what would come. Now, Putin's aggression outraged NATO. It should have. It outraged all fair-minded, freedom-loving people. And at a conference that year, 2014, in Wales, each member country of NATO reaffirmed their commitment to spend 2% of their GDP on defense by 2024. And at the time, President Obama was president. And in a speech at the conference in Wales, where each country pledged to spend 2%, the second time it made the pledge, President Obama said, and I quote, "This commitment makes clear that NATO will not be complacent." I remember when the president said that. President Obama also said, "Our alliance will reverse the decline in defense spending and rise to meet the challenges that we face in the 21st century." And he later added, quote, "Here in Wales, we also sent a strong message to Russia that actions have consequences." Well, that turned out to be debatable. By 2021, just a few years later, only 7 NATO members were spending the minimum 2% on defense. And that's just a fact. Friends tell friends the truth. In fact, President Trump was met with scorn when he asked our friends in NATO to keep their word and reinvest in defense. Germany's foreign minister, Heiko Maas, said, and I quote, "Our common response today to the President of the United States and his assertion of America first must be Europe united." Apparently, Germany and others felt that upholding their pledge to spend 2% on their own defense was somehow an America first policy. And you know who took note? Vladimir Putin. Flash forward to 2022. Putin's tanks are rolling further into Ukraine. And just like in 2014, our NATO friends issued statements, a third time, once again, pledging to spend 2% of their gross domestic product on their own security. Yet today, despite Putin's ongoing attack on Ukraine, today, some of our friends in NATO have already stopped or postponed their 2% spending plans. And that's just a fact. Friends tell friends the truth. French President Macron, for example, promised to increase France's defense spending in the days following Putin's invasion. I remember when he made that promise. But French officials have also announced that it will take until 2025 to hit the 2% defense spending threshold. Similarly, Italy announced it would not hit 2% until 2028. Spain said it won't hit its 2% goal until 2029. And Belgium said it won't hit its 2% goal until 2035. The war is going on. To be fair, Belgium and Spain, both good friends of America, have made some small progress in their defense spending over the past year. I want to make that clear. They may come through eventually. But France's spending has hardly changed at all. And Italy will actually spend less on defense this year in the middle of the war, which is happening in Europe, than it did in 2021, before Putin even entered Ukraine. Germany's failure to follow through on its 2% commitment is especially disappointing and consequential. As the world's fourth largest economy, Germany is the world's fourth largest economy, behind only the United States of America, China, and Japan. The world's fourth largest economy. So Germany's defense spending shortfall, and it is a shortfall, leaves a much bigger hole. We're talking about a lot of money. Germany will only spend 1.6% of its GDP on defense in 2023. That's $18.1 billion short of the commitment that it has made not once, not twice, but 3 times. Now, NATO is an alliance. It means we're friends, and we are. It means we know that we're stronger together. It means that if you come for one of us, you're going to have to fight all of us. That's what it means. And at the end of the day, an alliance, though, is just a promise. That's all it is. But it's built on mutual trust. And it states that we won't leave each other to fight threats alone. And that's what NATO is supposed to stand for. And I'm very proud of that. And so are the American people. We support NATO. But when countries in NATO choose not to keep their commitment to spend 2% on their own defense, they weaken the alliance of NATO. It shows us and it shows our enemies that we cannot count on those countries to step up to help keep all of us safe. And it tells Putin that some NATO members are content sitting back and waiting rather than remaining strong together. And that's just a fact. Friends tell friends the truth. Now, the United States of America, we keep our promises. And all along, every year, through the history of NATO, we have proudly invested in our defense to the benefit of our allies, to our own benefit, but to the benefit of our allies. And it was important to our allies in Europe. It was. I don't know what would have happened in Europe had the American people not come to Ukraine's rescue. Putin may be in Paris right now, for all I know. God forbid. Now, a few of our NATO friends have kept their commitment, and I want to thank them. Our friends in Greece, for example, our friends in the United Kingdom, our friends in Estonia, they spent 2% of their GDP on defense before Putin invaded. And our friends in Lithuania and in Hungary and Romania and Slovakia, they'll all reach the 2% threshold by the end of this year. And that's a good thing. Thank you, Greece. Thank you, United Kingdom. Thank you, Estonia. Thank you, Lithuania and Hungary and Romania and Slovakia, for keeping your word. Now, Finland just joined NATO. We're so pleased. Our friends in Finland spent 2% on defense before joining NATO. But they didn't use the alliance as a reason to take their foot off the gas. Instead, Finland recently increased its defense spending even more to 2.4% of GDP. Thank you, Finland. I hope our allies who have been nestled safely under the NATO umbrella for years without pulling their financial weight will take note of Finland's dedication. Let me say it again. Thank you, Finland. And we've got to commend Poland. Poland spent 2% on defense long before Putin invaded Ukraine. But over the past 2 years, it hasn't spent 2%. Poland hasn't. It's nearly doubled its defense spending to 4.3%. It's investing that money in part by buying American weapons, and it's showing Putin that Poland is serious about its sovereignty and that Poland is serious about freedom. By the end of this decade, Poland is on pace to have more tanks than the United Kingdom, than Germany, than France, than the Netherlands, than Belgium, and Italy put together. Put together. Thank you, Poland. Now, I understand you don't have to be mincing material to understand that Putin's threat is more visceral when it's happening next door. And of course, Poland is much closer to Russia than Germany or France is. I get that. But when you're allies, when you're friends, when you've promised not once, not twice, but 3 times to have each other's back, you're not only supposed to think of yourself and your proximity to the threat. You know, as Americans, we've got an entire ocean between us and Russia. We've got an entire ocean as our buffer against Putin's tanks. But I doubt that Germany or France, both good friends, love them to death, but I doubt that Germany or France would support the United States backing away because we aren't close enough to the shelling to be bothered. Let me be frank. Allies through NATO have pledged to have each other's backs. And I see no sense in bubble wrapping it. That starts by putting your money where your mouth is. And let me be frank again. Some of our friends in NATO have engaged in a cycle of broken promises, time and time and time again. Putin shows his cruel aggression, and horrified European leaders pledge to invest in defense. Then Putin's aggression maybe falls off the front page of the paper, and leaders forget their promise to invest until Putin's rockets start blowing up another city. It has been more than a year, Madam President, as you know as well as I do, since Putin sent Russian tanks and troops into Ukraine. And maybe for some, the horror of it all is worn off. Maybe. It hasn't worn off for most Americans. And it sure hadn't worn off for Ukraine. Citizens of a sovereign Ukraine are still dodging missiles on their own streets. And Putin is still watching too many NATO members bury their heads and drag their feet. And so is President Xi Jinping. Now, Madam President, I don't mean to offend anyone. I don't. But friends tell friends the truth. And everyone in NATO is a friend. And I am so proud that the United States of America is a member of NATO. But NATO is only as strong as our confidence in one another. If we want to strengthen NATO's ability to deter bad actors from bad acts, we've each got to do our part. It's time for all of us in NATO to start keeping our promises and investing in our defense. The American people have sent over $100 billion to fight Putin in Ukraine. And I don't regret a single penny. We've kept our word. But again, friends tell friends the truth. Not all of our allies in NATO have. And it is time they put their money where their mouth is. Madam President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
the senator withdraw his request?
Senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S-2391, and that the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. And I further ask that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
And well, actually, I wasn't finished.
Sorry.
That's okay. Madam President, will it be in order for me to explain S-2391?
Unanimous consent agreements are not debatable.
Withdraw the consent, make your remarks, then read the consent.
Okay.
Okay.
My unanimous consent request, Madam President.
The request is withdrawn.
Madam President, in a few moments, I'm going to reassert my unanimous consent, but first I wanted to tell you why I rise today in our Senate. It has to do with flood insurance. The National Flood Insurance Program, which is administered by FEMA, is going to expire in 17 days, September 30th. About 5 million Americans depend on national flood insurance. As you know, Madam President, up until recently, private insurers would not provide flood insurance. The federal government, for that reason, decided a number of years ago to implement its own program, and it is administered by FEMA. The National Flood Insurance Program is far from perfect, Madam President. I don't want to give the impression that I think that somehow it is a model of efficiency, because it is not, especially after its implementation of Risk Rating 2.0. Having said that, it's an economic, it meaning the federal flood insurance program is an economic and commercial necessity. It's almost impossible to buy a home in an area that has the potential of flooding, which is everywhere now, without being able to get flood insurance. My bill is a simple bill. It does nothing but extend the federal flood insurance program, which again is about to expire on September 30th in 17 days. All my bill does is extend it as is by 1 year through September 30th, 2024. If there is a threat, and there obviously is, that government is going to shut down, I do not want to risk allowing the NFIP to expire during hurricane season, which we happen to be in. I mentioned 5 million Americans depend on flood insurance. 500,000 of those Americans are in my state of Louisiana. What would happen if we allow the NFIP, the Federal Flood Insurance Program, to expire? Well, for one thing, the NFIP would be prohibited from issuing new policies during that period of time, which would shut down commerce and the real estate business. Now, existing NFIP policies, I don't want to scare anyone. If for some reason the flood insurance program expires, existing policies are still in effect until their expiration date, and claims will continue to be paid as long as FEMA has money. However, the federal requirement that you have to purchase flood insurance under certain circumstances to get a mortgage would be suspended, which means that many mortgage companies would not loan the money to homeowners. If we allow the NFIP to expire The federal flood insurance program would not be able to borrow money from Treasury. Their authority to borrow money would be reduced from the current $30 billion to about $1 billion, which is not much money, as you know, Madam President, to recover from a national disaster. The National Association of Realtors has suggested that during the lapse of the NFIP, about 13 years ago, we allowed it to expire. At that time, just in my state alone, about 1,400 residential home sale closings had to be canceled. So let me say it again. I know the flood insurance program is not perfect. I will be the first to say that. I will lead the parade. A lot of work needs to be done on it. But the only thing worse than what we have is nothing. It will shut down commerce in terms of real estate in this country. And in 17 days, September 30th of this year, the National Flood Insurance Program expires. All my bill does, one thing, it extends it 1 year. So, for that reason, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S-2391, which is my bill, and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. And I further ask that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President, I grew up in a wonderful small town in Louisiana called Zachary. Now, today, Zachary is a city. It's 5 times larger than the days I spent there growing up, because Zachary, a number of years ago, got very serious about improving elementary and secondary education. Mr. President, you know something about that. So Zachary is much larger today. And if anyone ever doubts that growth and economic development is centered around quality public education, all you have to do is look at Zachary. But when I grew up in Zachary, it was very small. One stoplight. We were so small we didn't have a town drunk. Several people had to take turns. But I loved it. I loved Zachary High School. I know some people did not like high school. I am not one of them. I cared about 2 things: basketball and cheerleaders. And I wasn't very good at either one, but I had fun trying. I also loved baseball, Mr. President, in part because my dad, my late father, was a baseball fan. And I was an okay fielder in baseball, but I had to quit the sport because I couldn't hit a curve. I was okay with a fastball, but I couldn't hit a curve. And I remember my coach telling me, "Kennedy, keep your eye on the ball. Okay? Keep your eye on the ball." And I tried, but I just couldn't do it. My purpose in rising today, Mr. President, is to suggest that we should keep our eye on the ball. We are faced with many difficult issues in the Senate today. We always are, but I think that's especially true today. My colleague, Senator Cornyn, just talked about one: immigration. Of course, the war in Ukraine is on everyone's mind, and I could go on and on and on. But I don't want my colleagues to forget about one of the most important issues of all facing the American people today, and that is the cost of living in our extraordinary country. inflation. In my state, the median household income for a family of four is about $55,000. That means half of our families make more and half of our families make less. But the mean is $55,000 for a family of four. As a result of President Biden's inflation, and as an aside, I would note, I say this with no joy whatsoever, inflation in America today is man-made, and that man's name is President Joe Biden. In my state, where the mean household income is $55,000, the average American family is paying $800 a month more, a month, not a year, a month more to live in this wonderful country as a result of Bidenomics. That's $9,600 a year that a family of four making $55,000 a year has to find. And my people, Mr. President, they have maxed out their credit cards, and they've spent their savings, and they've borrowed money, and they have had to take money out of their children's 529 college savings program. It is strangling my people. It's not any better in other states. I looked at the numbers this morning. What we call core inflation, or what we call overall inflation, it right now is about 3.7%. Core inflation, if you take out food and energy prices, as many of the economists like to do, is 4.3%. So 3.7% overall, 4.3% if you take out food and energy. Now, we're doing better. A year ago, those numbers were double. But I'm so pleased that inflation has fallen just a bit. But I want you to understand what that means. Falling inflation just means that prices they're still rising, but they're not rising as fast as they were. Let me say that again. Falling inflation just means prices are still going up every month, every day, but they're not going up as fast as they were. We call that disinflation. Falling inflation also means that prices overall are not going down. That's deflation. My point is, even though inflation is falling, and I am so glad it is, all that means is that prices are not going up as fast as they were, and we're going to be stuck with these high prices. They're going to be permanent, even if inflation goes to zero. What does that mean? Well, let's look at basic goods. Even if inflation goes to zero tomorrow, since February of 2021, electricity is up 24%. We're stuck with that. When inflation falls, electricity is not going to go back down to where it was. We're going to continue to pay 24% more. In gas, in Louisiana, gas is up 71%. We're stuck with that, even if inflation falls to zero. Eggs are up 28%. Potato chips are up 28%. Bread, 28%, permanent. Coffee, 30%. Rice, 28%. Flour, 29%. Milk, 17%. Ice cream, 20%. Chicken, per pound, 24%. And that's why the American people, in large part, are struggling so economically. You should not have to sell blood plasma in America, the wealthiest country in all of human history, in order to go to the grocery store. It's not any worse. Our inflation, which I'm afraid these higher prices, as I said, are going to be permanent. It's not any better if you look at necessities by category, Mr. President. All goods, as a result of President Biden's inflation, starting in February of 2021 and running through today, all goods are up an average of 17%. How many American families have seen their income go up 17%? Not many. Food, all food, an average is 19%. Housing is up 16%. Clothing is up 10%. Used cars and trucks are up 32%. And even if we can get inflation down to zero, we're going to be stuck with those prices. New cars are up 20%. Mortgage rates are up 161%. Mr. President, let me end as I began. We have a lot of issues that we're struggling with right now. But among the 5 things that moms and dads in America worry about when they lie down to sleep at night and can't, is the cost of living in our wonderful country. And these are the people who made this extraordinary country. America is not great because of the federal government. America is great because of ordinary people doing extraordinary things. People who just get up every day, go to work, obey the law, pay their taxes, try to do the right thing by their kids. President Biden's inflation is strangling a free people. The American people deserve better. And I don't want us to lose sight of that fact as we grapple with other important issues. Thank you, Mr. President. I do not suggest the absence of a quorum. I suggest I yield the floor. How about that? Mr. President, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, we call it the CFPB, has struck again. It has made another bad decision. This by an agency that has become famous for bad decisions. Here's what's going on, Mr. President. You remember the Dodd-Frank Act, of course, which this Congress passed after the financial meltdown in 2007, 8, and 9. There was a section in the Dodd-Frank Act called Section 1071, fairly innocuous. Congress directed certain information to be collected about small business loans. We were curious about small business lending in America. And so we directed in this Section 1071, we directed certain covered financial institutions, I'll call them small banks because most business loans to small business people come from small banks. We directed small banks to start collecting information about their loans to small business people because we wanted to know, see if we could do something to make their services more efficient. And we, the Congress, asked that 13 pieces of information be collected. The sort of stuff, Mr. President, that you would imagine, very routine stuff, like what was the date of the loan, small business loan, how much was the loan, that sort of thing. Well, the CFPB has taken our work and totally perverted it. The CFPB has promulgated a rule that totally perverts our intention in Section 1071 of the Dodd-Frank Act. First, we intended only small businesses to be covered in providing this information. Now, if you look at the definition of a small business, which is most people use the definition that has been put out by the National Federation of Independent Businesses. That's the NFIB says the small business is a small business a business that has 10 or fewer people and sales of about $500,000 a year. Not according to the CFPB. They want to cast the net as far and wide as they can. Their definition of a small business will almost double that, more than double that. They say a small business is a company with $5 million in revenue or less from the previous fiscal year. Not 500,000, 5 million. So this is going to throw the net of government much, much wider than Congress ever intended. But the second and most egregious thing that the CFPB has done, they took our 13 pieces of information that we asked for by Congress, and they have expanded it to 81. All of a sudden, they want a book. Now, here are some examples of what the CFPB is going to require small banks to ask of small business women and small businessmen when they come to the bank and ask for a loan. The bank has to ask the small business person how long it's been in business. That's fair. The bank has to ask the small business woman or small business man about its annual revenue. That's fair. The bank, but then it gets a little intrusive. It gets a lot intrusive. The bank has to ask the small business woman or small business man what their race is. The bank has to ask the small business person about their ethnic background. The small bank has to ask the small business person if he's a male. The bank has to ask the small business person if she's a female. Should be obvious to many, but those questions have to be asked. The bank has to ask the small business person if that person is a lesbian. The bank has to ask the small business person if that person is gay. The bank has to ask that small business person if that small business person is bisexual. The small bank has to ask its customer, that small business person, if that small business person is transgender. The bank, according to the CFPB, has to ask that small business person who is applying for a loan, just came in for a loan for the business, if that person is, quote, queer. The small bank has to ask that small business person if the small business person is intersex. And not only does the bank have to ask those questions, private questions of the person from the small business applying for the loan, the person applying for the loan on behalf of the small business has to bring in every one of its owners who own 25% or more. And the bank's got to start over with those people. Are you a male? Are you a female? What's your race? Tell me about your ethnic background. Are you a lesbian? Are you gay? Are you bisexual? Are you transgender? Are you, quote, queer? Are you, quote, intersex? Give me a break. And then, all of this information that's collected, this private information, has got to be sent to the CFPB. And they're going to put it on their website. Are you gay? Are you lesbian? What race are you? They're going to put it on their website. Now, the CFPB says, well, it's going to be institutional level data, just top line data fields. Bull. You will be able to take this data, particularly if you're a small bank in a rural area, and be able to, the snoops will be able to go on that public website and find out identify small business people in their community, how much money they're borrowing, how they answered the question about whether they were gay, how they answered the question about whether they were intersex. Incredibly private information. And why? Why does the CFPB need this information? Well, the truth is they don't, but I'll tell you why. The CFPB is setting these small business people, but also these small banks, up for lawsuits. That's exactly what they're doing. And what happens if a small business person goes into the bank and the small banker says, listen, I hate to have to ask you this, but CFPB says I have to ask you, are you gay? As if that's anybody's business. And the small business person says, that's none of your business. And I'm not going to answer that question. I'm here for a loan, not to talk about my private life. What I do in my privacy in my bedroom with a consenting adult is my opinion, Mr. Banker. And the small banker says, you're right, I'm sorry, I had to ask. They make me. If the small business person won't answer the question, the small banker can get in trouble with the CFPB. What has the world come to? And the CFPB, it doesn't care about the cost. You know what this is going to cost to implement every year? $400 million. Why? And that doesn't even include the cost of actually setting up this program. That'll be hundreds of millions of dollars more. And it's not like the CFPB is exactly a wizard when it comes to data security. It's going to be on their public website, but in terms of the granular information, the CFPB says, oh, don't worry, we'll protect it. Right, like it protected it a few months ago. The personally identifiable information of 256,000 consumers, which was being held by the CFPB, was breached. And you know what the CFPB did? They didn't tell anybody for 2 months. They acted like a rock, only dumber. We're not talking about wizards here. Wizards of financial data, privacy, and security. This, Mr. President, you know, I hear it all the time. You probably hear it back in your state, perhaps. But people tell me all the time, Kennedy, what's wrong with Washington, D.C.? Why is common sense illegal there? This rule. What has the world come to? So, my Congressional Review Act request is to have the Senate tell the CFPB that it is none of their business what a private American does with another private adult American in the privacy of their bedroom. We are free to so long as it doesn't break any laws, to express our sexuality however we want to, and it's none of the CFPB's business. And with that, Mr. President, I ask my Senate colleagues to overturn this rule. Madam President, we have an issue in Louisiana. I wouldn't call it a problem that I would like to talk about. Perhaps some of our sister states can learn from our struggles in my state. And the issue is education. I can't think of a more important subject. That's the future of my state. I think it's true in many other states. I believe that Louisiana's future can be present better than its present or its past, but the key to determining whether that's going to be the case or not is education. And I'm talking specifically about elementary and secondary education, because that's what counts. It's not, in my state, it's not the price of oil. It's not what the unemployment rate is. It's not who the United States Senator is. It's not who the governor is. It's education, pre-K to 12. And it's frustrating, I know. You know, we can, Americans can do extraordinary things. We can unravel the human genome. We can take a diseased human heart and replace it with a brand new one and make that thing beat. We can send a person to the moon. But we struggle, we in America struggle, and we in Louisiana struggle to teach our children how to read and write and do basic math when we have 18 years to do it. I'm not blaming anyone, but we all share the frustration. And it's not just Louisiana, it's all across America, I understand that. But decades ago in Louisiana, we made a decision. In fact, it was during my first job in government. I was working as legal counsel to a brand new reform governor in Louisiana. And he decided, and Louisiana, the people of Louisiana agreed with him. We all agreed on two things. Number one, every child can learn. Now, it takes some a little bit longer. Kids mature at different times, but every child can learn. And the second thing that we agreed on was this: that which is measured gets done. That which is measured gets done. We decided to implement 30 years ago standards for our elementary and secondary schools. One of those standards was, and I think still is, that's the subject of my remarks today, I hope it still is, a graduation exam. We call it our Graduation Exit Examination 21, GEE. So if I say GEE or G, I'm talking about our graduation exam. We said we're going to get serious about kids. We can't have our children graduate if they can't read their diploma. And so we're going to test them. The test is not terribly rigorous. It's 4 subjects. It's English, it's math, it's science, and it's social studies. And we grade those exams, and you don't have to pass all 4. You've got to pass English and math, and then either social studies or science. So really 3 out of 4. The grades, there are 5 different grades: advanced, mastery, basic, approaching basic, and unsatisfactory. Let me tell you what that really means. A, B, C, D, and F, okay? You only have to make a D on your graduation examinations. I'm sorry, Madam President. You only have to make a D to pass. Not an A, not a B, not a C, a D. So you take 4 exams. You've got to make a D on English, a D on math, and at least a D on either social studies or science. And if you don't pass, we'll give you another chance. but you've got to pass to get a diploma. And now, our Board of Elementary and Secondary Education, we call it BESE, which governs elementary and secondary education in Louisiana, has decided to take us back to the dark ages. By a one-vote margin, supported, quite frankly, by my governor, who is lame duck. He'll be leaving soon. He makes 3 appointments to the Board of Elementary and Secondary Education. And everybody in America is entitled to their opinion, but I think my governor and his team are wrong on this. They're going to send us back to the dark ages. Here's the new rule. You have to pass the graduate exit examination in the way I just described, unless you fail. And then you've got to go to your teacher, and he or she can give you an extra points project. Come on. Come on. Who are we kidding here? Now, why do some want to do this? It's not the kids that want to do this, it's the adults. Because not only do we grade our kids, we grade our schools. And if schools have kids that don't pass the graduate exit examination, it counts against the grade of the school. So this is all coming from the adults. They're putting themselves first, and they're not putting the kids first. This is a massive step backward. This is an announcement to the rest of America that Louisiana has given up, that our kids are not smart enough, they're not good enough, even when we give them second or third chances, to be able to get a D on the graduate exit examination. And as a result, we have got to give them a special extra points project so they can get a diploma that's not really a diploma. The people behind this ought to hide their head in a bag. Our kids are better than that. Every one of my kids in Louisiana can learn. Sometimes they need a little bit longer, but it's not going to do them any good to give them a diploma that they can't read. And it's not going to do them any good to give them a diploma that the rest of America and frankly the world is going to look at and go, that's not really a high school diploma. Because we know you failed the exam. You just got an extra points project so the adults wouldn't look bad. I'm embarrassed by this. This isn't the only problem we have in elementary and secondary education. I'll give you one other statistic. 70% of our high schools are graded A or B. 40% of the schools below that are graded A or B. 70% of my high schools in Louisiana are not A or B schools, okay? I wish they were. Not when 40% of the lower grades are only A or B. Once again, the adults who don't want to be embarrassed are inflating those grades too. And now they've started on the graduate exit examination. But this is a bridge too far. All is not lost. BESE, which, as I said, passed this rule change by one vote. And by the way, our superintendent of education was against it. This rule change is going in front of the Louisiana legislature for an oversight hearing in the Senate Education Committee and the House Education Committee. And I hope that either the Senate or House, and hopefully both, will say no. No. Because this change represents what George Bush, President Bush, called the soft bigotry of low expectations. The soft bigotry of low expectations. It's got no place in this country, and it's got no place in my state. And I'm embarrassed that people who are part of the education establishment in Louisiana are telling the rest of the world, our kids are not good enough. They can't learn. So we're going to give them a diploma that's not really a diploma. Thank you for the time today, Madam President. I I wanted my colleagues to know what's going on in Louisiana. We're gonna turn this rule back, and we're gonna put our kids first in Louisiana, not the adults. Madam President, I suggest the absence of a quorum. I think we're all aware, Mr. President, that parts of our world are on fire. The world is on fire in Ukraine and Eastern Europe. The world is on fire in the Middle East. I wouldn't describe the world as being on fire in the Indo-Pacific, but there's certainly embers, and they are smoldering. And I think it's clear to most Americans, Mr. President, that President Xi in China, President Putin in Russia, and the Ayatollah in Iran are working together. And their objective is to have Russia dominate Central and Eastern Europe, to have the Ayatollah in Iran dominate the Middle East. The Ayatollah, of course, has funded and supports Hamas. There's no cause in the world, none, that can justify what Hamas did to the innocent people of Israel. The people of Hamas are so evil they will kill you and drink your blood out of a boot. And President Xi and President Putin and the Ayatollah in Iran are just fine with that. And the third objective of China, Russia, and Iran is to allow China to dominate the Indo-Pacific and be free to make moves in sub-Saharan Africa and in South America. Parts of the world are on fire. America is about to find out what it is made of, because the world I just described is not a world that's safe for America. But as we meet these challenges, Mr. President, and by God, we will meet them. We will meet them. While we're doing that, Mr. President, I don't want us to forget about our homeland. We've got a lot of problems domestically, and I don't want us to lose sight of them. I think about them every day. I know you do too, Mr. President. We still have millions of Americans who are too poor to be sick, despite the fact that we have the best quality of health care in America in all of human history. Notice I didn't say that we have the best way of delivering that health care, but we have the best quality of health care in all of human history. But we've got people in this country, many of them are middle class, who are too poor to be sick. Since the Affordable Care Act passed, we were told it was going to make our lives better. It was going to make health insurance more accessible and cheaper. Since the Affordable Health Care Act has passed, health insurance premiums have tripled. We also know domestically, Mr. President, that our border is an open, bleeding wound. It is an open, bleeding wound. And it is within the power of this Congress to fix that. But none of those domestic problems that I just described, and I could continue with others, as I know you could too, Mr. President, is hurting the American people as much as President Biden's inflation. Not a single one. President Biden's inflation is gutting the American people like a fish. It is a cancer on the American dream. In my state alone, in Louisiana, We're not a wealthy state. My people are pretty middle class. They get up every day, they go to work, they obey the law. They try to do the right thing by their kids, try to save a little for retirement. The median household income for a family of four in my state's $55,000 a year. A lot of states are above us, some are below us. President Biden's inflation, which is man-made, and that man's name is Joe Biden, is costing my people, the average Louisiana family, $806, not a year, a month. $806 a month. That's $9,700 a year. Now imagine if you were making $55,000 a year and you've got to come out of pocket with an extra $9,700 a year. You blow through your savings. You max out your credit card. You borrow from your children's college education plan. You borrow from relatives. And then what do you do? Now, I know what some of my colleagues are thinking, but Kennedy, we're doing better on inflation. And we are. And I am so thankful. A year ago, inflation in this country was 8.2%. Today it's 3.7%, and I am so happy. And I hope it continues to go down. But it is important for us to remember what that means. A reduction of inflation from 8.2% to 3.7%, which is still, of course, too high, just means that inflation is rising less rapidly. We still have inflation. Prices are still high. They're just not going, and they continue to go up. They're just not going up as quickly as they were. Now, that's a good thing, but it doesn't solve the problem. That's what we call disinflation. When inflation is rising and we stop it from rising so quickly, that's called disinflation. But that's not what most Americans care about, though that's important to them. What they care about is the prices going down, and that's de-inflation. And we do not have de-inflation. The point I'm trying to make is we're stuck with these high prices. If they get inflation down to zero, those high prices are not going down. They're going to remain the same, Mr. President. They're just not going to rise as quickly. We are stuck. The American people are stuck with these high prices because of the Biden administration. Now, I could cite you, Mr. President, all the sterile statistics you would like. But I want to try to describe in specific terms what it's like for my people to go to the grocery store. This is an exaggeration, but not by much. To have to think about, well, do I have to sell blood plasma today in order to go to the grocery store? Do I have to draw down on the second mortgage on my home in order to go to the grocery store? Since President Biden has been in office, consumer goods in the United States of America are up 17%. Electricity is up 25%. Eggs are up 29%. They're not going down, folks. Even if inflation goes to zero, those prices aren't going down. Potato chips up 30%, bread up 28%, coffee 30%, rice 26%, flour's up 28%, milk 18%, a half gallon of ice cream 21%, chicken 20%. When you look at larger categories, this is what's happening to the American people. Since President Biden took office, since President Biden took office, all goods and many services in the wealthiest country in all of human history are up 17%. Food's up 20%, housing is up 17%, clothing is up 12%, used cars and trucks are up 25%, new cars and trucks are up 20%, and mortgage rates are up 174%. 174%. Now, some may be saying, well, but wages are going up too. Thank goodness. In some cases, wages have gone up. But the average wage of the average American has gone down after inflation. You don't look, the appropriate way to look at wage increases is not to look at the raw or the aggregate increase. It's looking at the increase after inflation. And if you take all of the average wage increases in the United States of America, and you look at the average inflation in the United States of America, workers have actually lost ground. Workers today, in November of 2023, are actually making less per hour after inflation than they were of February 2021. So don't let anybody tell you that wages have made up for this. They haven't kept up with inflation. And don't let anybody tell you, Mr. President, that we're winning the war on high prices. We are getting inflation down. No thanks to the Biden administration and, quite frankly, the United States Congress. That's thanks to the Federal Reserve. They have tightened interest rates, which has hurt a lot of people. But they have gotten inflation down. They've had to do it with one arm tied behind their backs, because the other way you attack inflation, and the only way we've ever successfully gotten down, is to have Congress do its part and reduce the rate of growth of spending and debt accumulation. But we haven't done that. We haven't done that. In fact, since 2019, the population of the United States of America is up 1.9%. Our country's grown 2% since 2019. You know how much our budget has grown? 55%. This inflation is man-made, and the man's name is Joe Biden. And we need to address it. So as we fight a hostile world, which day by day is becoming less safe for the American people, I don't want us to lose sight, Mr. President, of another problem, an equally important problem, that is stealing the American dream, and is called President Biden's inflation. Mr. President, I suggest the absence of a quorum. I don't intend to try to match the eloquence of Senator Warnock, and I'm certainly not going to repeat what he just said. Raphael and I have introduced, as he said, the Affordable Insulin Now Act of 2023. It would cap the price of insulin for people with private insurance and people who don't have any insurance at all at $35 for a 30-day supply. I've noticed that nobody in Washington ever stands up and says, I've got a lousy idea and I need money for it. It's always, I've got an extraordinary idea and an important idea and an effective idea, and we need to do this. We need to spend money on it. And in almost all the cases, the people making that assertion are in good faith. They really believe that. And in many cases, it's true. They have a great idea. And a lot of what we do, as you know, Mr. President, is we make decisions, but that means we balance interests. We've got a finite amount of money. We can't keep borrowing at the rate we've been borrowing. We've got a finite amount of money, and we've got to make hard decisions on what to spend that money on. And the traditional dichotomy is, well, guns versus butter. Domestic needs versus defense needs. But it's more complicated than that. Sometimes it's butter versus butter. And those are hard decisions to make, and I realize that. The second point I guess I would make is that we deal with so many problems, Mr. President, in the United States Congress that, frankly, we don't know how to solve. We're doing the best that we can, but we're really nibbling around the edges. I don't know how to make a parent love their child. We all know that if a parent doesn't show the parent's love for a child, the child is not going to stop loving the parent. The child is going to stop loving himself. And we know what that leads to. And I don't know how. I don't know anybody that really knows how to make a parent love a child and support their children. That's one of those problems we'll deal with all the time. It's hard to solve. We don't really completely understand how to successfully help an addict stop being an addict. I wish we did, and there are things we can do to help the addict, but we don't really have the answer. Sometimes we pretend we do, but we don't. We don't have the answer. I don't have the answer to stop people from hurting other people, from taking their stuff and doing it repeatedly. And I could continue. All the easy problems are solved. And I make these 2 points, that we have a lot of competing interests for the way we spend money. And the point that there's some problems we really don't know how to solve. To assert, and you can believe me or not believe me, but if you'll read the report that Raphael talked about, you'll see that he and I believe, are correct. This is a problem we can solve. If I had to pick one health problem that affects the quality of life and costs our country and our system the most money, it would be diabetes. I don't know if you've ever known somebody with diabetes. It is a horrible disease. And it can't be cured. But we know how to treat it. It's very pervasive. In my state, 44% of my people are affected by diabetes directly. 14% are diabetic. Another 30% are pre-diabetic. And Louisiana is not the only state with those kind of numbers. Diabetics account for $1 of every $4 spent. 1 out of every $4 spent on health care in the United States of America. Think about that. The average cost of hospitalization for a diabetic, which if they can't pay for it, ultimately we all pay. The average cost of hospitalization for diabetic patients is from $8,400 to $23,000 a year. And medical costs, if you look beyond the quality of life issue and the moral issue of just helping people who are sick, if you look at it in terms of dollars and cents, diabetes costs America $327 billion a year. That's in medical costs and lost work and wages and lost productivity. So we know the problem, and we know the costs, and we have a solution. Insulin. It works. It works. So why don't we make insulin available to everybody who needs it, whether they can afford it or not? And that's what our bill does. It's not going to be free. Insulin doesn't cost that much to make, and I don't begrudge the companies who sell insulin. I don't begrudge them making a profit. But it is bone deep, down to the marrow, stupid for us to allow someone whose diabetes can be managed by taking insulin not to take that insulin because they can't afford it. That's immoral, and that makes no sense in terms of dollars and cents cost to the rest of the American people. And Raphael and I's bill would address that. It would say if you have private insurance, great. But if you don't have any insurance at all, if you're uninsured, and a lot of Americans become uninsured every year. Maybe they don't stay uninsured, but they become uninsured. And you're diabetic, we're going to cap your out-of-pocket costs at $35 for a 30-day supply. So you have no excuse not to save your to take your insulin to address your diabetes. It's the right thing to do. It's the smart thing to do. And Raphael and I's bill is paid for. We're not suggesting we go out and just borrow more money. This bill, our bill, is paid for. It's going to be paid for by finding other monies in the budget. Now, Senator Warnock has worked extremely hard. He's the lead author on this bill, and I thank him for his big mind and his good heart and soul on this issue. Others have worked hard too. Senator Collins and Senator Shaheen have a bill. And we're working to try to marry all of our two bills, the four of us. But ultimately, what it's going to come down to, in my opinion, is that senators being senators, Senator Schumer is the floor leader. He's going to have to force a shotgun marriage here. He's going to have to take the good work of Senator Shaheen and Senator Collins and Senator Raphael and my work, whether you want to call it good or not, and say, I'm going to take their efforts and put them in one bill. And Senator Schumer's bill will be paid for. Otherwise, I'm not going to vote for it. But it will be paid for. And his bill...
Roger really needs to speak quickly.
And I'll wrap it up real fast. And his bill will be paid for, and it will lower the cost of insulin for insured and uninsured. With that, Mr. President, I yield to the senator from Kansas. Mr. President, I want to talk a few minutes today about elementary and secondary education. More specifically, about school choice. School choice is inextricably related, in my opinion, to social justice. Put another way, I just don't understand how one can be a fair-minded person and believe in social justice but not support school choice. In Congress, of course, we seem to face a new crisis every week, Mr. President. And while we need to respond to them, I think it's important that we not lose sight of what I call the foundational issues that ensure that our country is free and democratic and aspirational and prosperous for our children and our grandchildren. And one of those issues, one of those foundational issues, is education. Now, right now, the American people are focused on the border, which is an open, bleeding wound. They're focused on inflation. They're focused on crime. They're focused on turmoil abroad. I don't blame them. We need to be focused on those things. But while we focus on those things, it is a fact that the quality of our students' elementary and secondary education has been steadily slipping. Steadily slipping. And it is clarion clear, unless you have been living in your parents' basement, it is clarion clear that the status quo of education in America isn't setting our kids or our country up for success. I take no joy in saying that. But sometimes you can't look reality in the eye and deny it. You have to admit it. Here are a few examples of how American and Louisiana's pre-K to 12 students are falling behind. The numbers are the numbers. Math and reading scores among American 13-year-olds are at their lowest level in decades. That's not my opinion. That's according to the National Assessment of Educational Progress. As you know, Mr. President, that's a study done annually known as the Nation's Report Card. In the Nation's Report Card, just 35% of American fourth graders, 35% are proficient in math. Only 32% of American fourth graders are proficient in reading. American students are slipping globally as well. In 2008, the IMD World Competitiveness Center ranked American students first in the world. By 2023, the United States had slipped to 10th overall. In science, American students ranked 11th. In math, American students ranked 30th. In Louisiana, I regret to say, Mr. President, that roughly half of my students in Louisiana in grades K through 3 are not reading at the grade level. Half. Only 1/3 of my kids in grades 3 through 12 are at grade level in the 4 subjects that the Louisiana Educational Assessment Program, we call it LEAP, tests. In fact, we have in Louisiana 24 school systems, 24, in which fewer than a quarter of our students, fewer than a quarter, have proficient LEAP exam scores. Now, I've said this before on the Senate floor. I'm going to say it again. The American people can do extraordinary things. We can unravel the human genome. We can take a diseased human heart and replace it with a new one and make it beat. We can send a person to the moon. But we can't seem to figure out how to teach our children how to read and how to write and how to do math when we have 18 years to do it. And there's no excuse, because all children can learn. Now, I know it's complicated, and there are a multitude of reasons why our children may be struggling. For over 15 years, I've been a volunteer substitute teacher in our public schools. I went to a public school. In Louisiana, we need substitutes so badly that they won't even take politicians. I try to do it 3 times a year, sometimes more, sometimes less, every time I learn. But I'm always reminded, every time I substitute teach, of the fact that it is much, much harder today to be a teacher than when I was in a public school. And it is also much, much harder today to be a kid. So I have some understanding of the challenge. And the evidence is also clear now that closing schools during the pandemic made matters a lot worse. We in America made a mistake. Some states did better than others, but most of them got it wrong. But you know, we can't keep blaming things on the pandemic. It's been a few years since our schools reopened, and our scores are nowhere near where they need to be. The truth is that pre-K to 12 education in America and in Louisiana was in trouble well before the pandemic, and we all know that. Yet leaders in many states remain hesitant, to say the least, to change anything about our public school system. Now, we've all heard the famous definition of insanity. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting to get a different result. It's a cliche. Cliches become cliches because they're true. We need to follow the law of holes. When you're in one, stop digging. When you're in one, stop digging. We need to stop making excuses about pre-K to 12 education. And we need to stop doing things that don't work and then doing them again. You can't expect to fix a broken status quo, to magically fix it, and to magically fix our broken schools and equip struggling students if you keep doing the same thing. And the fact is, the unhappy fact, the miserable fact, is that too many of our schools in America and in Louisiana are failure factories. They're failure factories where violence is common and learning is rare. But there are a few states. There are a few states that are bucking the status quo. And they're doing it in part by adopting school choice programs. And so far, they've seen a lot of success. Now, school choice programs, school choice, I realize it's a broad term, school choice programs can take many different shapes. But they all boil down to one thing, one foundational principle. Parents should be allowed to take their kids out of failing schools. Parents should be allowed to take their children out of failing schools and put them in schools that can help those children thrive and certainly do better. It's not complicated. You know, American parents today, they can go to the grocery store and they can choose from 40 different, maybe more, but certainly 40 different breakfast cereals to feed their child in the morning. But in many states, those parents have absolutely no control over which school their child can attend. Children are stuck in schools, too many assigned to them by their parents' zip code. And there's little that most parents, too many parents, can do to change that, even though it is patently absurd to force children to attend failing schools when parents could enroll those kids and invest the money that pays for their education in better schools. And that's where school choice comes in. Now, in practice, schools facilitate, they implement school choice by tweaking how they fund school systems. For those of you who are unfamiliar with school funding schemes, most public schools have three main sources of funding: federal dollars, state dollars, and local dollars. The exact breakdown of that money varies by state and by school system. But in Louisiana, for example, the average school district gets about 11% of its money from federal funding, 44% of its money from the state, and another 45% from local government. So 11, 44, and 45. Local dollars typically stay with the school system in a particular town or parish. We call our counties parishes. But officials, public officials in Louisiana, have the right and the ability to allocate those state and federal dollars the way they want to. When when states adopt school choice policies, here's how it works. Parents typically get to decide which school will receive their child's share of state and federal funding. The local dollars stay local, but parents can redirect the federal and the state money. And there are two ways in which states that implement school choice allocate that money, that reallocate that money, the federal and the state dollars. The first is education savings accounts, and the second, you've heard of it, vouchers. Education savings accounts are government-funded savings accounts that take all or a portion of the federal and state dollars allocated to each student and give it to parents to use it for their kids' education. Parents can use the money a multitude of ways. They can use the money to pay for tutors, to purchase textbooks for homeschooling. Parents can use the state and federal money to subsidize private school tuition. If a student and a parent have money left over when the student graduates from high school, that student can even use the funding to help pay for college. It's called an education savings account. Other states use a voucher system. Under a voucher system, parents typically do not receive money directly. Instead, they get to choose. They tell the school system which school their child's going to go to and tell the school system to send the federal and state money to that school. So the money follows the children. The parents can take that voucher to a traditional public school. The parents can take that voucher to a private school to pay private school tuition. The parents can take that voucher to enroll their kids in a charter school if they would like. Charter schools, as you know, Mr. President, are tuition-free, publicly funded schools that operate independently of the state. And rather than taking marching orders from the government, charter schools are able to design their own curriculum and their own standards to help meet the needs of each student. So, whether it's through vouchers or education savings accounts. States that have embraced school choice have steadily climbed the ranks as the best states in this country for elementary and secondary education. And that's just a fact. Look it up. In Florida, take Florida for example. Florida's had school choice for a long time, decades. It's not mandatory, but it's an option. And a lot of parents love that option, and they use it. Graduation rates in Florida have steadily increased year after year after year. Florida's fourth graders ranked third in the country in reading. They ranked fourth in the country in math, according to the nation's report card. Other pro-choice or pro-school choice states, including Iowa, North Dakota, Utah, I mentioned a few, have all landed in the top 10 states on the nation's report card. School choice works. Now, even states that have traditionally struggled with respect to education are seeing improvements. Take Louisiana's neighbor, Mississippi. Mississippi overhauled its pre-K to 12 system in 2013 to help parents get their kids out of failing schools. The state implemented a voucher program for kids with dyslexia and low-income students to ensure that parents could find a successful school that would meet their children's needs. Mississippi also implemented a law requiring schools to hold back students who cannot read at grade level in the third grade and give them additional instruction. In other words, if you're in the third grade and after several chances you can't read at grade level, you're not socially promoted to grade 4. You're kept in the third grade until you can read, because kids drop out of high school in the third and fourth grade. If they can't read, they've got no chance. Since Mississippi did all this in 2013, Mississippi has jumped from 50th in education to 35th. In 2023, student achievement levels reached an all-time high in Mississippi. Graduation rates climbed from 75% in 2011 to 87% by 2020, well above the national average. And Mississippi managed all of this growth while spending less money per student than all but 4 states. It's not just money. It's how you spend it. Now, this year, we're doing better in Louisiana. This year, Louisiana followed the lead of Mississippi, and we passed a law called HB 12. I've talked about it on the floor, to ensure that all third grade students can read at grade level before they can move on to the fourth grade. And fortunately, and I thank him for doing it, Governor John Bel Edwards did not veto the bill. I was afraid he would. He signed it into law, and I want to thank him for that. But when it comes to school choice, Governor Edwards has opposed it at every turn. Every turn. He blocked 2 bills last year that would have established voucher programs for my kids in Louisiana. If those 2 bills had passed, parents of students with special needs or students who could not read at grade level by the third grade could have taken their state money, the state-funded education dollars, not the local, the state dollars, to a different school that could better address those children's needs. But the governor opposed the bills, and they didn't make it. And those bills would have provided a lifeline to parents, who were desperate and still are desperate to help their children succeed in school. But Governor Edwards opposed. He opposed allowing these parents to find better alternatives for their children. Now, the good news is Louisiana is about to have a new governor. And the good news is that Louisiana is about to have a brand new legislature. And I can't speak for our new governor, but I know our legislators. I supported many of them. We made some wholesale changes. And I hope my friends in the Louisiana legislature are anxious and eager and enthusiastic about giving parents, finally, the power to remove their children from failing schools. Parents overwhelmingly support school choice. In Louisiana, 75% of parents with school-age kids support school choice. Nationwide, that number has gone from 64% in 2019 to 71% today. So, you're asking yourself, who can oppose school choice? Many, not all, but many teachers' unions, and many, not all, of the administrators in failing schools. The adults, not the kids, the adults. Our schools are supposed to be about our kids, not the adults. Many, not all, but many of our teachers' unions worry that giving parents the choice to pick a different school will result in more students attending non-union schools such as charter schools. Many, not all, many administrators in failing schools hate the idea that they will need to compete with other local schools to attract kids and earn the state and federal dollars that follow those kids. It's called competition. And as I'm sure you've noticed, both of these fears that I just referenced, for some, not all, of our teachers' unions and our administrators, focus is on what's best for them and the school system and the adults, not for what's best for the parents or the kids. Competition makes everybody better. Competition makes everybody better, and that is true of our schools too. The United States has a highly competitive higher education system. And in return, our universities are the best in the world. They are. I've been to a school in another country. It was a good school. But as a group, American universities are the best in all of human history. Now, they have some problems, as we all know about, but they're still the best in the world. And there's a reason that most wealthy and well-connected people around the world want to send their children to an American campus to get their degrees. The excellence of American university is driven by the fact that students can choose to go elsewhere if the university stops delivering a quality education. The students and their parents can vote with their feet. It's called choice. It's about as American as you can get. And that same competition, that same choice will help restore K through 12 schools to excellence as well. Mr. President, Americans don't need to watch the status quo fail their children. They don't. States throughout this country are empowering parents to take control of their kids' education, and the whole country stands to benefit from their leadership. When it comes to education now, I'm an all-of-the-above guy. I don't care if it's public schools, charter schools, private schools, vouchers, savings accounts, or pixie dust. If it'll help our kids learn better, I'm for it. I don't care who gets mad. And that's why I'm very optimistic about the leadership changes in Louisiana and the good news it could mean for our elementary and secondary education and for our parents and our children. I'm not saying the school choice alone is the silver bullet. We have other problems in Louisiana. We need to expand access to education programs for at-risk children from early age to age 4. We need to do a better job there. We've got a shortage of qualified teachers. We need to find out which of our teachers can teach and pay them, like the professionals they are. Find out which of our teachers can't teach and either teach them how or tell them to find a new line of work. We've got too much truancy among our kids. 40% of our K through 8 schools grade A or B, but somehow magically 70% of our high schools are graded A or B. We know that's not right. We've watered down our standards. So we have college costs for our kids and our parents have doubled in the last decade, so we have other problems. But school choice will help. And I believe, as much as I'm standing here, that America's future and Louisiana's future can be better than our present, and it can be better than our past. But not if we don't improve our schools. And no one is coming to save our schools in Louisiana but ourselves. And with new leadership and school choice on the horizon, the future of elementary and secondary education in Louisiana can be and is to me promising. So I end as I began, Mr. President. No fair-minded person, in my opinion, can say he or she supports social justice if they don't support school choice. I neglected to mention, Mr. President, with me today are two of my colleagues from my office, Ms. Maddie Dibble and Mr. Christian Ami. I wanted to recognize them. I suggest, Mr. President, I thank you for your time and attention, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.